Section 29 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Suda. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 5. Human Life on Venus. "It is good to be at home again," said Molong. "I love my home because here are my friends, and here is the congenial atmosphere of spirituality. I see about me the environs of my last objective incarnation, this present. For me, there is no more birth, and no death of the body except through initiation of the Logos. Here I pass the ordeal of the crisis and am become androgynous, for in me now are the feminine and the masculine. I am whole, not half, and I and my egoic mate are one individual. We twain are one, and have come unto the Spirit in the sense uttered by the Saviour when he said, 'Be ye therefore perfect, even as thy Father is perfect.' And thou, my son Philos, wilt surely come into this same glory, for by thy karma it is so fixed." "Yes," said he, reverting to his first thought, "it is good to be at home." The old man rose from his seat and paced with stately erectness up and down the veranda. "Old?" "Yes, as earth counts age. For Pertos he was just in early prime, not yet come to his 200th year by some 48 months. And age could never affect him more, for he was come to deathlessness, to bodily immortality. Of him, as of many, are the words of the beloved Apostle John. At that moment he was in his astral form, his physical body being in his sleeping room where he left it, in order to cross interplanetary space for me. Curious thought! An inhabitant of Venus able to visit Earth at will. Yet it is not really difficult. It merely involves the leaving of the physical body and plane at one point and entrance to the astral or psychic plane. From this latter it is as easy to return to the state of cause at any point, be it Alcyone, chief of the Pleiades, glittering in their eternal depths, or even further, beyond ken of the telescope, as it is to return to the place departed from. The whole difficulty is in leaving the physical plane at all, and for the advanced esoterist this is as nothing, because the normal state of his soul is always in the astral or psychic instead of the physical. The difficulty with a student is in the repugnance he feels to the thought of returning to an inferior state of being, like life on earth. But the life of love is, I serve, so we return. That we were in the astral, disembodied state was no hindrance to Pyrrhus' perception of us, for like all Hesperians she had the sight of the soul, as you have ordinary sight, a mere commonplace power. Her eyes, as indeed those of all souls on this high plane of being, have psychic clairvoyance as a normal possession, though not the less endowed with ordinary physical vision on this account. As in the long ago of earth, her eyes were still the same clear, calm gray, the kind possessed by Jesus of Nazareth. They were windows for her pure soul, which seemed to be just behind them, gazing out. This slender, graceful girl was no Devanchic ideal, although not gross enough to be visible to eyes used only to perception of objective earthly states of matter. Her sweet, grave demeanor, her light laugh at something said by Molong, her perception of physical life, all breathed the fact of her objective being, and bore evidence to the truth that her rule of life was obedience to the law. And yet, I doubt if your eyes, my friends, could have seen her at all. No telescope will ever reveal human life on Venus. Not that it is not there, but its forms are of the one substance affected by a range of force rendering them imperceptible to earthly eyes. You will not think the air any less material, or electricity any less real, because your eyes cannot perceive them. Your eyes are very limited in their visual range. If the one substance vibrates more or less rapidly than an exceedingly small length of time, producing correspondingly minute force wavelengths, your eyes cannot recognize such vibrations. It is the same with your ears and hearing. If your eyes and ears were not thus limited, you would see every sound and hear every sunbeam. Every rainbow would be vocal, while heat, which now you only feel, would furnish amazing wealth of sound and vision. So it is with the Hesperian people. Their persons you could not see, their voices you could not hear, yet they would not be similarly limited in regard to your persons and voices. But so long as you fancy that because you have eyes you can see all that there is to be seen, and that your ears hear all that is worth hearing, so long will you depend on these organs and gain that sort of false ideas of the universe, which must arise from entire ignorance of all except the tiny bit of creation you occupy. So long, too, will you depend on the telescope to reveal truths about other worlds. You will hunt for evidences of human life on the nearer planets, but you will never find any until you cease to expect that matter will reveal soul. It cannot do it, for the finite cannot reveal infinity. Turn it about. Ask of any soul revealment of itself and of matter also, and all worlds will draw near to you, show their teeming vitality of life. And all nature will uncover such treasures as the hungry soul of science has never found before. Pyrrhus was able to look over all my past, over all other lives which I had yet to attain the power of recollecting. She knew every deed, thought, and motive of it all. Had she cared to examine this history? No fear existed in my mind, for I did not know of such a past myself, and my ignorance preserved my peace of mind. I did not try to analyze the reason for my eager desire to win this maiden's good opinion. If I had, I should have railed at myself for a presumptuous fool. As it was, I was happy in the knowledge of my purity of purpose. Though dissociated from earth life, my soul development was but little more than before. Therefore, to me, Pyrrhus seemed a sort of goddess, and to have estimated only as perfect human herself and her wondrous occult powers would have been an impossibility with me. To have found that I was in love with her would have frightened me. I was glad that I was then prevented that thought. But deep in my soul it was true nevertheless, and the leaven was working. Closer knowledge was not to have the effect of detracting from her exalted position, but it was to raise me to the understanding that these psychic powers were attributes of human nature, for in itself human nature is essentially godlike. By the way, what is the mundane idea of God? You say that God is omnipotent, omnipresent, eternal. Very good. But the earthly idea of these things is very narrow. Conceptions can never rise higher than their source. Hence, God is, although a noble ideal, not nearly so great to the world as he is to Hesperus. Do you say that I am inconsistent, denying my own high claims for man, and that I am virtually negativing the statement that conceptions can rise to the level of their source? I reply that the Father limits the height of the source. What do you mean? I mean that he speaks to the but partially developed human soul on the earth plane, from the level of human principle in himself, but from no higher plane. Hence, the terrene conception of him is that of a perfect person, all-powerful, ubiquitous, eternal, but a person, whereas he is impersonal. But to the Hesperian, God speaks of himself and his works from the level of spirit, which is above soul. It is the level of the oversoul of Emerson. I hope you will study that statement, for nothing I have said means more, is more important in all this book. I have said that the earthly conceptions of omnipotence, omnipresence, and eternity are narrow. It is true. The first means only the most extravagant exercise or suspension of known laws, but scouts the existence of fearful, wonderful, unknown laws. Omnipresence means to the non-occult mind a variety of vague, impracticable ideas, only the few recognizing it as immanency and constant self-insertion and creation. Finally, eternity. The mind readily agrees to unlimited, endless time, yet is aghast at a mere decillion, almost refusing credence. Yet one is to the other as all to nothing. At the time I first met Phyllis, my ideas of God were similarly limited, and when I saw her exercise powers which no terrestrial man ever dreamed that even God could possess, I was truly aghast. Love her? Not then. Respect her, adore her, as a Hindu does an image of his god, yes. But the seed was sown, its growth sure. Mo Lang left me in the large parlor of his home, whither we three had gone, and when only Phyllis was here besides myself, I immediately was constrained by a diffident fear of my gentle hostess. I nevertheless felt relieved when a young man entered and she introduced me to my brother, Soma. And as I looked upon the two, I remembered Mo Long's appearance. I thought, what splendid physique these people have. How graceful and perfect every line. It is as if the body were molded upon the soul and perfect in its every physical contact. Yes, thou art right in thy thoughts, said Soma. He had replied to my thought, as Mo Lang and Phyllis had. Thou art right. We make our physical lives correspond to our rigid adherence to law, though that adherence is to us a second nature, not onerous, not even in its exercise consciously applied. Excesses, intemperance, indulgence of that nature so pleasant to the animal senses, these have no attraction, but instead are utterly repugnant. Vegetarian strictly, never taking life for any selfish purpose. Is it wonderful that our material frames conform to our soul shapes? Truly not, I replied. But in my case, how could conformity to law change the appearance of an unhandsome maturity? My body is already grown, completed in obedience to laws not wisely nor very closely kept. I see you possessed of occult wisdom, but I am not, and find it hard to remember what I have heard of it. As for making the knowledge practical, impossible. Philos, my brother, the occult adept is born, not made. His or her knowledge is from within, not from without. Unto thee shall be given the key of the Spirit, and behold, the all-knowing will enter into thy soul, and though no man shall teach thee, neither any book, yet shalt thou become aware of all things, for all things are of our Father, and that is the Spirit. But ere the Spirit come in, the house must be swept, and, my brother Philos, I would that thou wert not destined to endure this ordeal. Yet the occult that knoweth all things is born of many lives, and in these has been evil. Thou art so born. It is karma. Mo Lang had now returned clothed in his material body, and I alone was in the astral, yet not solitary in the sense of loneliness, for my friends were not separated from me as a result of our diverse physical conditions. True, I could not array myself in material form, for I was in Venus, and my body was in a distant planet. This condition was the reverse of disability, however, for in going from place to place I had but to desire to be in the more distant, and I was there. Though this power enabled me to have much freedom only in Hesper, and a sense of restriction consequently arose. Discontent was growing in my soul. I already felt a stranger on this high soul plane, whereto my friends were born. Though I knew nothing of earth, because my earthly self was in the sock, in the care of Mendocus, yet I had a most uncomfortable feeling of foreignness, a feeling that some other and previous condition somewhere was not strange, and I had a longing to be again in its familiar environment. Poor me! End of section 29.
Section 30 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 6. An Indirect Answer. An eminent author has said that, quote, literary themes are necessarily limited, that authors cannot create, as a fiction, that which has no counterpart in fact, end quote. And this is absolutely true. Literature is restricted to ringing the changes on love, hatred, hope, despair, greed, indifference, envy, the gamut of our human emotions, in short. When these are presented in their threefold aspects, tragedy, comedy, or serio-comic, the scale is run, and the only further variations possible are the lights or shadows of faintness or intensity of emotion. Perhaps the thought arises that in this history some new phase will appear, that Theo-Christianity has some new phases to present. Such an idea is doomed to disappointment. Indeed, the occult will be found to exclude even certain potent earthly factors of literature, all those of the lower animal nature, because these have no place in human life. Envy, greed, hatred have no place in a nature which is close kin to that soul of love, Jesus. Indifference, sloth, despair, these can have no room in a soul which scans so absorbing a vista as that open to Moll Lang, yet so loving a soul that, like Jesus and Gautama, perfect willingness existed to turn from such sublime reward in order that they might lead their least brethren thither also. You may say that such love as this is not animal, when I say it is not human. Right. But it is spiritual. It is that love which only those know who have begun to tread the path, knowing within the soul the advent of the Spirit. If any of you come to feel that you will not shrink, though karma demand you also to show that greater love hath no man than that he give up his life for a friend, then, brother, sister, you have known the birth of the Spirit within you. Blessed are you then. No one can rightfully expect that by the relation of weird things I shall give him a half-hour's amusement. Such is not my aim. This book is a work of love, done for a sacred purpose. The second coming of Christ is upon the world, not only as a time simultaneously arriving for all, but also unto each human soul as it becomes ready to receive him in the heart and do his work. He is at hand now, in the sense that if you will open your soul to receive his Spirit, he is there to enter in. Truly, of the moment he comes to his own, no man can tell the day or the hour. Yet I say, tarry not for him as a man or an external spirit, but as the Christ Spirit entering into your very being. And he shall not wait to come as a man, but come as the Spirit of divine love, just so soon as you are ready to make that your rule of life. And as the Christ and Father are one, so therefore shall you that hear and attend be glorified, and presently arise, depart from this world, and go unto the life. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Likewise, he shall come as a person at the last. I certainly have strange things to relate, but nothing weird, unreal, or sensational. That which I say is from my Father, and can lead the earnest hearer into the path whither the Christ led the way. What I say concerns a larger measure of life, Hesper, the planet of divine love. I hope to reveal some further idea than I have hitherto of the extent, kind, and duration of occult life. Heretofore I have given only rules. Now I give the result of faithfulness to them. I hope to show what a glorious being man becomes through heeding occult law, the law of the Spirit whereof I testify. Upward through all the ages, with never any descent, man pursues still the glorious march which shall eventuate in making him one with the Father, more than man finite, man infinite, angelic. But my pen is years ahead of my visit to Hesper. I must return to that time, lest my words become merely words, erected like modern buildings 14 stories high. My desire to investigate the occult truth did not diminish because of the rapid growth of my desire for a life more familiar. Yet ever and again I caught myself studying whether psychic truth might not be pursued where, amidst, some set of conditions less rigorous to the animal instincts struggling within me, and setting me so far below my friends. As well hope to mix oil and water as to study the occult amidst unspiritual, earthly influence. As preceptor, Soma contented himself with telling me of principles, and not of marvels, lest in pursuing wonders I should lose sight of causes. The fruit of a tree is apt always to be more attractive to the ignorant than is the tree itself. Here is a chief truth in guidance to occult study. Pay small heed to the marvels, or to magic, and all heed to laws, for the laws are the tree. The marvel worker is the least of the brethren, understanding not the laws of the Father to any profitable extent. Know the law, know the marvels incident. Know not the law, but only the marvel, and you are not following him, nor shall you inherit his kingdom. Though you could do more magic than the Chin, Mendicus, or even Moll Lang, it was their possession of least value. May you regard it likewise. During a stroll in the garden, I asked Soma concerning his remark that though I should be given the key to occult wisdom, I should not be taught details. Soma, you say details are omitted, and effects also, and only general laws are to be taught me. Now, my nature seems incapable of learning much in that way. I seem to feel a different method necessary, a method born of... Here I passed my hand across my brow in perplexity, for earth memories were not supporting me. Well, I know not exactly what. I seem to have some vague idea of a past life somewhere in which other methods of learning were in use. I do not know now, brother. I am lost. No, not lost, Philos. Misplaced, ahead of thy common place in life. But thou makest reference to the analytical philosophy, which reasons from effects back to a common cause. It is not a sure process, as witness the status of chemical science in that vaguely remembered life of thine. Chemistry is a proud science, though handicapped by clumsy analytical processes. It cannot tell what a grain of sand is. Suddenly, my chemical learning returned to me, in obedience to Soma's will, although the environing circumstances of its acquirement were prevented. But with the return of the knowledge itself, I became immediately argumentative, and I replied to Soma, "Pardon me, but chemistry can tell that. Sand is silica, silicic acid, and it is composed of the element silicon and the oxygen of the air, in the proportion of 2 of the latter to 1 of the former." "Precisely. But thou hast not really told anything. Thou art as far from a finality as before. Thou sayest sand is composed of 2 primary elements?" "Certainly." "And being primary cannot be reduced farther?" "No, they cannot," I said, yet remembering certain wonderful things I had already witnessed, I was beginning to be nervous. "No, art thou sure?" he queried persistently. And I, both from a feeling of stubbornness which his manner aroused, and a determination to be true to my science at all hazards, replied, assuredly, "Philos, if it were not that thy stubbornness were tempered with an admirable fidelity to principle, I should say that wisdom will die with thee. But, my friend, thy system of chemistry, with its 60-odd primal elements, and its monads, dyads, triads, and so on, its simples, binaries, tertiaries, and the like numerous compounds, is nothing but a fine working hypothesis, well adapted to producing the result it has produced. But because It is not the whole chemical truth, not capable of ever attaining that wholeness of results which marks the sublime constitution of nature. So far from conducting to the truth, these theories have just the opposite effect. They teach the multiformity of matter, whereas its unity is the truth. As I said, though, the chemists of the earth have a good working hypothesis, one which will do until the better method of truth is found. Soma paused, whereupon I asked what the better method was. He did not answer me in direct words, but instead he put before my mental vision a workshop, wherein were many kinds of instruments and machines in states either of completion or approaching completion, lying upon tables and benches. I saw here a clock, there watches, there again an old-style typewriter. There were time locks and combination tools, besides many intricate mechanisms that even the sight of suggested no use for. At a little distance upon a table lay a confused mass of parts of machinery not put together. He said, "Philos, canst thou put these things together? In this pile are portions of clocks, typewriters, locks, and so forth. Thou sayest thou art not a machinist, hence cannot deal with these things. These things are not unfamiliar to me, who am a machinist. With all the parts before thee, thou couldst not construct a clock or other mechanism. But suppose thou shouldst take carefully apart a clock now in running order, and study carefully all its relations, and do so by not one only, but by several of these instruments. Then the whole would become familiar to thee, and while merely taking one clock apart would not be apt to teach thee, doing so by many would enable thee to put them all together again as they were. That is the process of analysis, deduction, and synthesis. It is the same, practically, in physics, or in mechanics, or chemics." "But, my friend," I said in dismay, "I cannot do these acts, not having opportunity to thus experiment." "That is my point, Philos. I will show thee the better method of which I spoke. Here before us is an invention of my own. Practically, I am its creator, and therefore do I understand it. Here also is another identical machine, but it is in separate state. Its parts are a confused pile. Now, thou knowest nothing of constructive mechanics. I do, and I will point out to thee the principal parts of the machine, which is in running order. Observe." Soma went up to the machine, which stood, a marvel of mechanical beauty, its burnished brass and silver wheels, springs, cogs, chain belts, etc., showing through the quadrangular glass case. He spoke into the mouthpiece, explaining the machine to me the while. He said that he would remain near the mouthpiece, so that his words should be reported and printed, and bound in book form. As he spoke, he loosened a set screw. Then he said, "A microphonic diaphragm sets strong currents of electricity in operation. These act only as my tones impinge on that vocal diaphragm, whereby, as thou seest, carbon discs close other circuits, and operate levers carrying type upon their extremities. Observe that this vocal diaphragm is made of sonant steel cords, like those of a piano, and there are of these just as many as experience has demonstrated that there are vocal tones and octaves. Hence there is in one alphabet just that number of letters, and our written language consists in the proper sequential arrangement of these letters, either type if printed, or symbolic chirography if written. Along with our spoken tones, then, if near such an instrument as this, we can utter a printed volume. The congregate tones affect each its own chord. This in vibration compresses the carbon discs, sets going the instant electric current. The type lever does its work. The paper is carried a space forward, and the next type strikes, and so on till the voice ceases utterance. The spacing between words, even, is automatically done, for so long as one is talking connectedly, there is a utilization made of the return of the carbon disc from its compressed active state, whereby a spring moves the paper carriage one space for every minor pause in the voice, and two for periods. But it is not sufficient for more than a double spacing motion. I am done speaking nearly, and will move this lever up, thus releasing the stored force which arose from the motion of the parts, especially of the heavy balance wheel. No more printing will be done, but the reserve force will fold, cut, and bind my speech, and when this is done, the last of the force stored, equal in all cases to the special work, is exhausted entirely by the ringing of a bell which signifies the end. Though Soma ceased to speak, the instrument still worked, and almost quicker than this sentence will be put in type, the bell rang, and behold, Soma's words in book form dropped into a little box at the end of the case. The instrument stood motionless in its case, and for the first time its compactness struck me. It was but 18 inches high by 2 feet in width and 3 in length, yet it had done all that marvelous work. "Couldst thou take apart this instrument and put it together properly again?" was the startling question. Startling because I thought he intended me to do it. "No, my brother, but as its creator, knowing all its most obscure points, my comprehension of it, and of other machinery, and of truths not mechanical as well, but scientific psychics, is a veritable spirit of knowledge, and observe, this spirit I will to enter into thy mind, at least so far as concerns this mechanism. Behold it, and know it. Strange to relate, I, who previously knew almost nothing of such things, seemed on the instant to understand the whole of the delicate apparatus, as a watchmaker does a watch. Soma, perceiving this, said, "Such, Philos, is that key to all wisdom whereof I spoke. God, creator of all things whatever, shall one day enter into thee. Then thy spirit, which is a ray of his spirit, shed into the darkness of life by him, shall reunite with him. And because he creates by constant logos all things and states of being, and is immanent in it all, knowing it all, so when he entereth thy soul, thou shalt know all things likewise, and in less measure truly create also. Thou shalt know that in chemical sense only one element exists, operated upon by force. Then all elements, as thou knowest them, shall be seen to be but different speeds of the molecular formation of the one element, by varying degrees of the one force, and light, heat, sound, and all solid, liquid, and gaseous substances will be seen to be different, not in material, but in speed only. That knowledge underlies all life, physics, chemics, sonance, calorics, chromatics, electrics, and all and every possible aspect of nature. Such is the supreme law of God, and he is nature, though nature is not conversely God. Another law is that of compensation. May I tell thee of it?" I replied that I should be but too glad to listen, for his words revealed God in all things, whether high or low. So he continued, "This law, then, not only governs all matter, but that of which matter is the reflection, spirit, and the soul realm. I need state but a single brief instance in material nature, the screw plane. As the plane of a screw is greater or less in its inclination, so will its action be either rapid or powerful, but never both at once. If the thread be slight in pitch, the screw bar will progress through its nut very slowly, but, as exerted in a screw press, the crushing force will be enormous. Vice versa, if the pitch be steep, the screw bar will progress rapidly, as to wit, the screw nail, which may be driven into wood with a hammer, and revolve as it goes in. Now, in the soul realm, if a human being is content with the gradual, easy pitch of the Godward ascending plane of pure daily life, daily temptations to work in error and too often fall, progress upward will be slow, but very sure. But on the contrary, if eager to learn rapidly, it must meet in a few hours all the crushing force of temptations to err and to sin, which the ordinary man meets distributed through many, many incarnations, covering ages, aeonian time. In the one case, the Father giveth sufficient of the daily bread of strength unto men, to enable them to progress very slowly, but with certitude. In the other, all the splendid reserve of resistant force of a very God is needed, for all the power of Lucifer, that high nature spirit who was incarnate in the planet, which disrupted into the solar asteroidal belt upon the lapse, the failure of its soul, all of his glorious power sufficed not to carry him to victory. So he fell. God Christ in thee can alone win this struggle. Truly, no mere human, so long as he remains man, can have such a temptation. Not thyself, not Mol Lang, my father, hardly Gautama, were subjected to such a severe test as was that sublime world soul, Lucifer, except relatively. I say relatively, for consider this, that if a fly or an ant be subjected to all it can endure, then its pain at that point is as severe as that of a man at his breaking strain. But as Jesus and Gautama were tempted to the utmost and did not fail, therefore their victory was greater than Lucifer's failure. And when thou shalt come to a trial like his, thou'lt doubtless succeed, though again thou mayest fail. There is but one guide: follow and win, follow not and fail. It is a new conception to thee to learn there is an animating ego, a world spirit, immateriated in each star, each planet, every stellar body, just as there is an individual soul in each human, animal, or plant body. Yet this is true. True also it is that the spirits of men will progress, will face the supreme ordeal, and if they pass victorious, will enter that long rest, heaven, devachan, call it as thou wilt, nirvana. But that is not the end, for life had a beginning. It hath also an end. And the perfect human ego, emerging eventually from nirvana, that long devachan of all the incarnations, emerges not as man. It does not live, but it is, and its post-vivient existence is a state of being which no human mind could understand, except inferentially it do so through the knowledge that that state is to life as the senior to the junior. But then is the trial of transfiguration. To it my father hath come, I have not. If we fail, then that is the second death, but meet it we must, humanity must. But it is long ere then, for it cometh not until the essaying soul be perfect, and be ready to leave the pupacious state of human life, to be judged according to its works for him who made all. Do I weary thee, Philos? I replied that he did not, though it did seem that I grasped his meaning only to lose it again. None the less, I was eager to have him go on, fancying I understood, just as every person you or I know is fond of thinking his or her comprehension of abstruse subjects perfect. Soma smiled, and said in reply that when he was done, all that I would have gained would be the psychic bent favoring my progress, for I was destined to forget the very ideas I fancied I was gaining. But he continued, observing that a favorable prejudice was a worthy thing, calling for his best effort for me. I wish thee to observe also this, that if thou thinkest the judgment day, when according to its works thy soul is arraigned by thy spirit, which is God in thee, if thou thinkest that because that day may be in remote aeons ere it come, and therefore thou hast ample time to lag, to err, I counsel thee it is a fatal mistake. For if at the great trial any man fail, it is because day by day, as the lives were run, he neglected his chances, either by omission or commission. Then shall such suffer the second death, be cast into the lake of fire. In other words, their spirit will depart from the soul and go unto the Father, while the soul will be gathered into the sum of force, the fire element, that which is sum of all lesser force forms, out of which springeth life, heat, and vibration. But this will not be until the erring one hath passed from his soul into his spirit. So the second death is not of the sinner, it is the cutting off of all his or her spoiled work, and a chance to begin again, to build better. Our Father damneth not his child, but only the imperfect work, the sinning soul. In our library thou canst see a book brought here to Hesper from the earth, a book which speaketh of the order of the Rosicrucians, wherein this supreme fire is written of. 'Tis also that fire once called in the earth the Mexen. Philos, thou wilt suffer the ordeal of the crisis before other men. Whether thou shalt succeed or fail, no man knoweth, save those who have passed heretofore. When Soma ceased speaking, I looked around me, and found that while the clocks and typewriters, and locks and various instruments were gone, the vocal printer was not gone. It was an actuality. The rest only concepts which Soma had willed me to see. My mind was not trained sufficiently well to continue on a special line of thought so long, and while I fancied that I possessed a clear idea of all my companion had said, and was pleased by the notion, yet had I tried at that moment to recollect his meanings, I should have been chagrined to find that I had nothing beyond vague ideas. Still, I did not try the experiment, but, content with the supposition of possession, my mind wandered to a new theme, and I asked Soma if Hesperians had not found aerial vessels possible among so many triumphs. He turned toward me, and looking behind me, smiled as he answered, "I will leave Phyrus to tell thee that. I must go elsewhere." I was pleased at this new event, yet shyness at once asserted itself, and though vexed at this fact, my vexation seemed only to increase my diffidence. Taking, as I supposed, no notice of this diffidence, she said, "We rarely go, except we go astrally. We care but seldom to avail ourselves of our aerial vessels, but we have them. It may be that thou, or shall I say you, to lessen your shyness of me?" And Phyrus bent a pair of laughing eyes upon me, a gaze that, while it gave most delicious pleasure, effectually confused me past recovery, I feared. "Perhaps," she continued, after gently laughing at my piteous abashment, "perhaps you think we Hesperians can transport our physical bodies here and there by some occult process or other. For instance, as all forms of matter are but divine ideas clothed in the one substance, it is possible to disintegrate the material form, but preserve the psychic idea, and transport that, as other thoughts move, by effort of will, then rehabilitate it in matter. Thus it is articles can be brought from the earth here to us. But if you think we can do this by our own bodies, you err, for ourselves are the ideas embodied. Truly we can emerge from these bodies, and travel in one brief instant from one to any other star, but we cannot have two corporeal bodies at once. If we leave the one we have, we can, by putting it in a cataleptic trance, leave it in fit state to reoccupy upon our return. But if we leave it and make around ourselves a new one, like in all respects to the other, and abide in it, the deserted temple will perish. We could do it, but we have no need to, and consequently do not. All about you is matter. Every breath is matter, differing only from iron in its molecular speed. The air is matter. Electricity is matter. I will show you. See, I wish a plate, several plates, cups, saucers, knives, and forks. So I image them. Imagio. I create. in the mental or psychic form. Do you see them? Eyes of earth could not. Thou hast, for a time, Hesperian vision. Before me was a pile of delicate tableware, with the pattern upon each piece of a different kind. These articles are really only thought forms. No eye unable to perceive a thought could see them. But now look, I gather to myself the higher rate of speed, the extra force which makes air of the one substance, and the force which I leave is just that of the various minerals of which I desire my ware to be made. Observe that one plate is a ruby, the real crystal aluminum, and another is a pearl. Others are of various gemstones, as that cup and saucer, crystal carbon, diamond each one. On the earth those dishes would be valued into the millions of dollars, yet here they are valued for their uses and their beauty only. Do you see, Philos? I know the terms of your language, and what ideas are conveyed by your words. But now I, like Soma, must go, for I have a dinner to get, a use for my plates, cups, and saucers which I have made, as well as more yet to make. Quite like an ordinary mortal, you say? Indeed, and why not? Do you think an occultist is always wrapped in abstruse speculations? You err, Philos. You err indeed. You may go into the library, where you may find something to interest you. To the library, therefore, I went, and if you will, you may go with me, in a mental way, and see something of it. Do not object that these Hesperian objects were unreal, just because I have said that no one with ordinary terrestrial eyes could see any evidences of life on Venus. Reality does not necessarily imply terrene solidity. At least 40,000 volumes lined the shelves. Many of them were plainly, but some richly bound. On my first introduction to this apartment, I had found that the books on the shelves were all in the phonetic print of Hesper. But I saw on a table one whose cover bore in Anglo-Saxon, in gilt letters, the title and name of the publishers, and as I looked, for a brief time, the memory power of earth returned. The inscription was, 1,000 Miles Up the Nile, by Miss A. B. Edwards, published by Longmans and Company, 1876. That volume had been brought all the many millions of miles across interplanetary space along the currents, just as Phyrus had done when she made the tableware. Only in the case of this book, she had not created the thoughts in the book, but had disintegrated the matter, preserving the astral, the only reality about an object, and after bringing it from earth to Hesper, had reclothed it in matter after its journey. I looked about, and found other volumes, one entitled The Rosicrucians, by Hargrave Jennings. I found copies of Milton's works, of Tennyson's earlier poems, of Moore, and a pile several feet high of other standard works, On top of all lay the Essays of Emerson, upon which, as I gazed, appeared a piece of white paper, and as I looked, the words seemed to form as if precipitated from the air. "Philos, these books I have brought for you from the distant earth. I did so that you might contrast them with our Hesperian works. Finally, consider this, that we who are illumined by the Spirit of the Creator do little with books or such crude methods of learning, caring only for them as specimens of the work of souls on certain planes. To read them we have no need, no desire. They serve only as texts. For when we would learn, we retire within our souls and listen to the all-knowing Spirit." That message was signed by Phyrus. It was written in English. Written? No, precipitated. And as soon as I had read it, it disappeared as it had appeared, with no hand to remove it, no person save myself in the room. With its disappearance, I also ceased to retain memories of the world whence I came. As I stood, considering what next to do, Phyrus came in and said, "Here is an invention by Soma, which will render thy delight greater. I know it is always great where books abound." She picked up a book from earth, Shakespeare, and placed it in an instrument which turned the pages automatically, and a strong electric light being cast on the visible pages, its beams reflected upon a metallic plate. Unseen wheels revolved within a case, and a voice issued from a funnel-shaped mouthpiece. To my pleasure, I heard the reading of page after page of the great English literary gem in appropriate tones for the various characters. While I listened, absorbed, Phyrus withdrew, and it was some time ere I noticed her absence. I think I should then have gone in search of her, or of Soma. Moll Lang had gone to a distance, on duty bent, leaving his body asleep in his room. But as I was about to go out of the library, a hand, a woman's hand, reached over my shoulder, and a soft voice said, "Put these over your eyes." It was Phyrus, who gave me a seeming pair of spectacles. They were indeed spectacles which all the fortunes of earth could not obtain. How thoughtful she was of my pleasure! As I put them on, all the shelves of books disappeared, and a book being placed in my hand, as I know from retrospection, for I did not know then, I found myself seemingly amid scenes of most familiar aspect. All the mental pictures conjured up by vivid perusal of Scott's famous poem, The Lady of the Lake, all the voices of its characters became seen and heard as if I were on the spot where all was said to have transpired. For the time I was transported by means of those magical eye-pieces into the mental world of Walter Scott, which, while he wrote, quote, "lay around him like a cloud, a world he could not see," end quote, except with the vision of the creative imagination. The whole was presented in a few moments, for thought is swifter than the senses, and when the king threw his golden fetters over Malcolm's neck and laid the chain in fair Ellen's hand, without waiting for the rest, Pyrrhus withdrew the wonderful spectacles from my eyes, and said, "These would banish material surroundings, and let the reader directly into the author's realms of imagery, whatever the book, but not whoever the reader, for only fine, developing human senses, none that are controlled by the animal, can enjoy the use of them. And this because they are a species of sensitive magnet, linking psychic facts, but not material things. But there, I do not know much more about them, and you must ask father of them if you would learn more. I am only a girl, and must learn to be more ere I can assume to teach, and I should dislike to fail in offering you an explanation. Your good opinion of me would lessen, and that would be mortifying, for I treasure it. Well, never mind," she said, as a delicate flush spread over her face. "Come with me. I think it is well not to be too long a time amidst any one set of influences as literary environs. Most that I saw in Hesper had been unfamiliar, but that delicate blush, it set me thinking my own ideas meantime in a confused, ecstatic whirl. What did it mean? Did it denote reciprocal affection? "It does in truth," she said, in reply to my unspoken query. "But the significance of it is beyond thy knowledge. Thou, nay, you, see me a maid of not many years. Your love shall behold me a woman. Do I speak a riddle? Only time can solve it. You are with me, and I with you, and our ages differ not greatly. You have little understanding, I have more. Both are imperfect, yet the Spirit shall make us whole. If I asked you now, what is will power, you could not answer it truly. Yet I tell you, and my words shall sink deep and guide you to me. I said erroneously that you are with me, and behold, you are so only in the sight of our Father in the beginning, but not now. Yet one day shall come, and when I shall ask, what is will? You shall say of your own knowledge, will is the fiat of consciousness. If it be will of the animal soul, its result will be only a subjective thought, which shall energize muscles to do an objective reality conforming to the subjective plan. If it be of the human soul, it will be of greater intensity and nobler, but still the brain, and through it the muscles, must render its fiat into material form. But if the will be the fiat of our spirits and trained, we shall say to any material force, obey me, and it shall obey, because our spirits are of our Father, and one with Him, and the will of the Spirit shall need no mediate brain nor muscle, but shall find every natural power its direct servant. And this is the faith whereof Jesus spoke. So, Philos, my own, I have told you, and yet you, hearing, hear not. Why not? Because our Father is not yet manifest in you. But when you, having heard, understand, then shall we twain be one, for it is so written in the book of life. As she ceased speaking, we came into a plot of ground wherein grew the fruits for table use. Of these she gathered some, but of others desired, none were growing. Stooping, she drew on the soil a figure which looked familiar, although I could not tell where I had seen it previously. It was this. Reader's note, symbol of a circle with a diagonal slash. End note. And the reader will remember that it is the same that I described the chin as making, when he caused the Vita Mundi to flame as he stood within it. It was also creative fire in Phirus's hands, though it had not been so as exhibited by Chang. In the space Phirus planted seeds, and then, completing the symbol, the flames rose above the area sown. Behold, Philos, if I have but the seed, the herb shall come forth after its kind. But if I have not the seed, my poor human soul wisdom could not make that herb grow. Mole Lang could, being transfigured. Having seed, I can bring God's vivient fire to aid its germination. See, it sprouts, and again watch it. It grows visibly. I was astonished to see, mounting up as fast as evening shadows lengthen, green tendrils and buds unfolding, even as the flowers of primula spring forth. Flowers, blossoming, blossomed, seed scarps forming, formed, and the matured fruit hanging in clusters in the radiant flame of the Vita Mundi, as high as my head from the ground, where erst there had been but vacant soil. And this girl, who declared herself not a grown woman, exercising such magic as this, and thinking it only ordinary. This was an inherent power of the human principle, my friends, and will be common to you also when you become developed in the human. Earthly man is yet only in the initial of his humanity in a few favored cases, but is very largely in his animality. Most of mankind is merely animal, not human, save by courtesy. Yet the dawn of the glorious new era is at hand, and in its fullness of days Christ shall come again to it, and enter into the hearts of his own. And it shall be the Father that shall enter, and by Messiahs. Be ye then prepared for the coming of the Spirit, for no man knoweth the day nor hour thereof. End of section 30.
The desert is before thy feet. Chapter 7 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert DiGangi-Roush. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Second. So the days passed. It was over 2 weeks of the local time that I had been in Hesperian environs, and during this interval the longing of the past life grew. The few occasions when Molong, Soma, or Phyrus had recalled the vivid memories of earth had been seized upon by my Ptosian astral, and thus each such event renewed the certitude of my having had a past in which all my surroundings had been familiar. It saddened Phyrus to know that every time I was left alone, my thoughts yearned with increased longing for the past. At times, a strong effort of my own will would successfully bring it before me, bring, in fact, my earthly astral from earth to me, that astral which was the sum of my experiences and memories of earth. Then, being in Venus, I yet knew myself a man of earth, and a stranger, and my yearning grew strong for America, my ain country. That was home to me, oh, so much more home, although I had no relatives living, all gone to Devonshon's rest, and no friends comparable to those that I had so strangely found in Hesper. My friend, it is the soul that is chained, not the body of man. Unchain thy souls, O brethren, and seek to know the things of heaven, of the high life with God, and all things else shall be added unto you, yea, even to the ability to explore the stars in person. Mine was bound to earth by love of home and native land. Then these moments of knowledge of earth would cease, because my willpower was not strong enough to hold the astral summoned, and it gravitated to its own level, which was the world. Again, I would be left unconscious of the earth life and brooding over the puzzle until some of my family banished the mental state producing it. No, I was a soul not at home except on earth. I was here on a higher plane. I might be born after Devonshon into the level of the Hesperian, but the fact ever obtruded with increased emphasis that as yet I had not been so born. It was a pleasure to me to sit at table when my friends took their simple repast, for though I could not eat, nor indeed did I need food, it was agreeable to be with them when they collected thus together. The next day, after I had seen Phyrus grow the fruits to eat, I was at supper with the family when Molong, speaking to his son, said, "Soma, is it wise to tell our guest so much philosophy as thou and sister have done and contemplate doing?" "Wherefore keep secret the truth, my father?" "Because, son, Philos must return to earth. It is so fated. He cannot know these things, for hearing is not knowing, nor is seeing. He hath no faculties developed whereby to know them, and thou nor I cannot permanently enter our knowledge into his soul. Jesus of Nazareth, except he entered into the souls of his hearers as into a temple, could tell them nothing. Caiaphas, the high priest, and all the Israelites heard the Saviour with their ears, and saw his doing, yet were blind and deaf, and comprehended not. But unto those who were his disciples and followers he entered, and they saw and heard and profited. That was the spirit which the Master awakened in them, and they followed the word, even as Jesus followed it. But the world has had to read the printed word for these many centuries, and though many have believed, yet none, no, not one, has been illuminated by the Spirit like unto Paul. What thou wouldst say to Philos will come to him in astral form, and when he begins to yearn for Hesperus, even as his astral of earth now comes to him as he yearns for earth, and having forgotten Pertas, forgotten us, yet will he utter these bits of occult lore, and will suffer therefore, suffer because some hearers will be mystified, others scornful, and none, himself included, able to explain or understand. Yea, my parent, thou speakest wisely, yet let me say he will utter truth. Truth is mighty and will prevail. If at the time it be misunderstood, not less must it cause some act in both speaker and hearer. I need not say thoughts are things, for all things are thoughts. Even a stone is a thought concept of the eternal spirit, and the stone seen by ordinary eyes is but the externalization of the idea. If then Philos shall think, and his hearers think on his utterances, that is an action. Make the actor responsible. If a small thought, then a small act, it will doubtless finish its karma in the life of its utterance. But if a great thought or deed, it will make its doer this or her own legatee. And then? I speak to thee also now, Philos. The inheritor of his own actions shall find the deed become part of the great karma of the human race, and himself responsible for its fruition, because till heaven and earth pass, one jot or tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. Only thus can Philos ever come to us again. Well spoken, my son, was Molang's sole comment. Soma then said to me, Philos, my brother, there is no man or woman but hath in some past as well as present life done grievous evil to one or more fellow beings, man or animal. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he reap. And our Father hath ordained that in life subsequent to the one witnessing the greater sins, he that did them must also requite them, must do so by setting against the evil counterbalancing good. Not else shall any one come into the kingdom. This is the law of karma. On leaving the table, I went with Soma into his own rooms to see a painting which adorned his wall. Its size was 3.5 feet by 6, and it was framed with rubies, sapphires, diamonds, pearls, and other gems set in cement, precious stones which on earth would be each valued into 3 period of figures. Not so in Hesperus, for they were produced as Phyrus produced the jewel dishes. But the picture exceeded the frame, a production of art magic which all the wealth of the world could not buy. I saw a view of boundless ocean, the billows lashed in tempestuous fury, seabirds skimming the crest or flitting through the air above. It seemed a sunset on the great waters, for the red beams shone through the breaking clouds, lighting the aftermath of the storm with a great glory. Close at hand, so close that one could see the anxious intensity of mingling emotions on their faces, 2 men and a boy clung to a floating spar. One of the men was held by his mates as he wildly waved his arms to a ship that lay, an acute silhouette against the monstrous disk, right in the very middle of the vermilion sun. Such a scene could not be worth so great a sum as I named. Truly, it were idle to attach a figure to what no money could buy. But what think you when I say that the pictured billows rose and fell as does real water, and the wind scudding along caught the combing, breaking billows, and hurled spray and spume for what seemed hundreds of feet? The petrels and gulls, dipping their feet in the water, left a momentary ripple as they rose again. Clouds flitted across the horizon, and coming athwart the great sun were lit by its crimson, while even as I looked, the blazing orb sank its lower edge beneath the waters. The tall ship had sailed to the edge of the shield, and looking, I saw a flag raised and lowered as if in answer to the men on the spar. Then a boat, a mere dot at the distance, was launched. But the castaways were too near the level to see these things, and as the sun sank wholly from their view, one of them raised his arms in wild despair and slipped from the spar to his grave in the depths. After a time, the light of the full moon replaced that of the set sun. The clouds cleared away, and in the pale silvery light I saw the approaching boat seeking the castaways. I saw them now floated to one side of the canvas, but the searchers at first did not. They rowed here and there, and finally were successful. Lifting the perishing man and the boy into the boat, they pulled away to where the lights of their ship gleamed in the night. Then the watery waste was left lifeless as the boat disappeared in the gloom towards the ship, which, as I looked, sailed out at one side of the picture, as if the whole scene was one beheld through an open window, and the vessel had sailed behind the window casement. The canvas slowly whitened, and presently was perfectly blank of colors or figures. While I yet gazed, out from the side on the right of the frame appeared a black point, coming slowly into view and tossing up and down. Waves grew in green sullenness across the whole canvas, and Soma said, "See, it is about to repeat itself. By watching, thou shalt see the whole again. It is a scene of a shipwreck at the Atlantic Ocean on the distant earth. As often as it is all the completed, it turns white, and then is repeated. It is another example of the power of an occult mind over matter. The artist's will changes the speed of the color and either reduces or raises it so that the vibrations making red are increased and range up through all degrees of color force, always exactly in harmony with the astral image put on the canvas by the creative power of the occult artist. Who painted this, dost thou ask, Phyrus? She painted it ere thou camest to Hesperus, when thou didst rescue a woman from a life of shame. This scene is prophetic. It is that of a time coming on earth when that rescued woman shall be lost at sea years hence. But look at the picture." I looked and saw that though the storm was yet only a menace, it was surely coming, and would overtake the proud vessel that now had appeared in full perspective. yet a mile over the waters from me, as it seemed. At the mainmast floated the Stars and Stripes flag of the Union. The sight brought my astral to me, and memories of earth and homeland filled my eyes with tears. But Soma put away the sad feeling, leaving me but partially conscious of the past. I could see a sailor go to the ship's bell and ring 8 bells. See, but of course not hear, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sailor had hardly struck the time ere a man came on deck and seemed to give orders to close reef. The men swarmed into the rigging and obeyed. It was from their actions that I knew what the orders had been. Then coming back on deck, they battened down the hatches and put all safe for storm. Not a moment too soon. First a cloud overcast the sun, then a black pall in the north obscuring the view. I could dimly see that things on shipboard began to flap in the wind, and soon the noble vessel careened far over to starboard under the white-topped rush of frightful billows. Then the fugitive craft, with its mainmast hanging over the side, began to flee before the demon of the storm. I could see it as it rose and sank in the maddened swirl, while it seemed as if the vessel was in rapid motion, giving the effect of flight. Presently, a squad of seamen made a rush across the decks for the pumps, at which they worked with the energy of despair. A woman came from the one hatch left open for passage below decks, and winding the cordage of the stump of the mainmast about her slight form, cheered the men in their desperate toil. The foremast now snapped and was cut adrift. The vessel was filling faster than the men could pump out the leakage, and a jump for the boats was made. One by one, these were lost, swamped as they touched the water, till only one remained. Into this the captain ordered his men, 2 more men than there was possible room for in the boat, and the captain with his mate and the woman whom he held in his arms stayed. The boat was not seemingly 100 feet distant when the gallant ship pitched forward prow first and went down. A spar floating by the lone boat was the salvation of some of those in the frail shell, which I saw overturned by the heavy waves. A moment I saw white faces, for the boat was near in the foreground. I saw the woman's face as she sank, and she was near enough so that I saw not terror, but a peaceful smile depicted on her features. Then I saw 2 men and a boy clinging to a spar, and the scene was come to the repetition, for on that spar, when 2 days had elapsed in seeming, I saw them as at the beginning of this description. In seeming? Yes, because the canvas depicted that night's blackness, the next day's somber light, another night, and the second day. The whole scene took about 2 actual hours for its rendition. Soma said no more concerning occult wisdom. He knew that my mind, ignorant of the philosophy of this higher life, was not in touch with its significance, and that I wearied of it as a child does of studies at school. Abstruse occupations, presenting to its limited comprehension no actual connection with the facts of its little world. Molong taught me yet one thing more here in Hesper, saying it was for my guidance, and that I would not forget it at any time. We were beside the great river which flowed past his abode at a few 100 yards distant. I sat on the gravel of the shore. Molong sat above me on the bank, close enough to touch me. He planted a seed and over it held his hands, palms downward. It grew fast and soon stood mature at the height of his head. Banana-like fruit hung amongst its broad leaves. He plucked some of the fruit and ate it. "See, Philos, such is plant life. Thou hast said, why not take animal life to nourish our bodies? And if it be wrong to take life of animals, is it not wrong to take that of vegetable growths? My son, where any form, mineral, plant, or animal exists, there also is an entity created by the spirit. The matter form is nothing but clothing to the astral, and this to the soul. Now there are plant souls, animal souls, human souls, all children of our Father, but not evolutionable, one into the other in any given period of planetary activity, but all progress toward the Creator as plants draw sunward. No man can make even a plant soul exist, but if he know the law, he can find the plant soul and give it a body of plant shape, if the body be a higher type than it had before. I can incarnate such a plant soul. It is a simple experience. It begins by sprouting of seed, by growth of the young plant body, by maturity, budding, flowering, fruiting, and ripening more seeds. 7 simple actions. I can hasten these and crowd them all into a few minutes. Then have I given the plant soul its little experience. Left alone, it would have no others, but would die, the last experience in its incarnation. Very well, I take its body, but cut off no needed process. It is as virtually my body as my own flesh, for I made it and loaned it to the plant soul. Out of me went strength to do it. Reverse the process, eat the plant, into me returns my strength. But no man could foresee the experiences which each day, hour, and minute bring to an animal soul, each and every one necessary, for it is growing toward the eternal, and each experience is a responsible link, making it a karma which shall bring its animal soul into a next incarnate life. Kill it, and thou canst not compensate it for its opportunities, but to a plant thou mayest. Compensation is God's law. If thou doest a thing and cannot compensate for it, that is sin. But if thou art able to make proper balance, it is no sin. Hence, the Master of Nazareth did no sin in the matter of filling the fisherman's net, but thou wouldst have sinned in doing likewise, for in thee the manifest Spirit is not made one with thee. As thou canst not compensate an animal soul for its bodily life, thou sinnest in killing. And the flesh is accursed by reason of that sin. Behold, I say truly, if thou shalt do such sin, thou shalt reap the penalty. No butcher can see God in his kingdom. He must cease to be a butcher ere he can have hope of knowing the occult realm which is his kingdom. Molang arose, and I did also. He put his arm about me and said, My son, the desert is before thy feet. Its hot sands will scorch their souls. Yet heed thine own intuition, which reveals God unto thy soul, and thou shalt come out of that desert. Be faithful unto death, and thou shalt have a crown of life from our Father. God be with thee and keep thee. I also will guard thee. My friends, years elapsed ere I again saw Molang. weary years of sorrow and trial. He left me there by the river, and there Phyrus found me not long after. Soon gathered about us other people, mostly young persons, even some children. In Hesper the seventh principle has a fair beginning of growth, while as for their physical perfection, any Hesperian has an almost godlike beauty and grace. But to illustrate how great is the height of that plane above anything earthly, and how many seemingly miraculous powers have there become characteristic of humanity, so as to be common inheritance of every ego thereon incarnate, instance this: a little child, only 4 years of age, but very mature in demeanor, while essentially childlike in many things, came and stood beside me. Though the little one laughed and chatted with me, if I had at first been disposed to think her babyish, I soon regarded her differently. Young as she was, and of course unacquainted with any deep occult laws, yet as a child of a branch of humanity advanced to the perfect human plane, and upon the threshold of the spiritual, she herself was fitted to be there by untold previous incarnations. As heritage of these many lives, the little maid possessed astonishing powers, which earthly men and women must acquire by the slow process of study through years. Study first to conquer the animal nature, then meditate on the principles which, for those who have the will to know, are in these pages. Do only as they teach. Follow the way. One shall guide all who earnestly ask him, even before the day of man. Apparently satisfied regarding my appearance, remember that I should have been invisible to non-clairvoyant eyes, but was not so to her inherited psychic sight. The little one remarked in sweet confidence, "My father hath often told me of a numerous branch of the human race, compared to which we Pertosians are as the leaves of a single tree to those of a forest. He hath pointed out the planet where these dwell. I have seen any of these lower human beings until now I see thee. Is it not strange? And they tell me, too, that neither thou nor the mass of people are yet come to have knowledge of the karma, nor other occult powers do foolishly scoff at it indeed. It is strange. Still thou and they also will grow in knowledge. God demands it. Then thy personal appearance will become more pleasing." I was wholly abashed to hear a mere child talk thus, and conclude with the remark that I would grow to grace was most astonishing. It was pleasing, too, for though it exhibited the vast gap between the earthly man and the spirituality of Hesper, yet it showed the vista of human possibilities with a clearness which nothing else had done. Man needs comparisons to enable him to judge of relative values. St. Peter's Church at Rome is the greatest building the world now knows, but these vast buildings must be set about with others, themselves large, to enable the human mind to comprehend how vast they are. So with spiritual truths. Until this little child revealed it, I had not had anything but a vague conception of the exalted truths I had heard. Molang's marvelous actions, those of Soma and Phyrus even, had impressed me as acts of a superior being, whose side I could never gain as an equal. Truly Molang said, he came there by study, and further, faith in the Father. But my eyes saw not his progress, they but saw his attainment. Neither had I seen this child acquire her position, but my soul could recognize the fact of her growth being still in progress. In place of vague desires, I began to feel the thrill of hope and a knowledge that I also might grow. Until that moment, I had accepted the statements of my friends that I could grow up to them. Faith was now replaced by knowledge. Through this little one, my life was lifted and linked to the higher life of Pertors, that of man perfect. I was ready to say in earnestness, "Of such is the kingdom of heaven." The dozen or more friends present asked me to tell my life story in order that, hearing the living voice, they might study me as I spoke. I complied. At last I finished. I had told of my hopes in life, and they were lofty, noble hopes, like those which throng the breast, subduing the animal nature, when one listens to the music whose chords thrill the soul to do and dare, for the high reward of hearing him say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." To me then spoke Virus slowly, but how sweetly only one can know who puts away all those sullies the human soul. I noted that she no longer used the ordinary personal pronouns, but in this last conversation reverted to the solemn style, though using the familiar English language. "Philos, thou hast related of thy life all that thou knowest. I know much more, and I will tell thee also, though thou goest to earth forgetting us, forgetting me." "Virus, say not so. I can never forget you," I said sadly. "Yea, Philos, thou wilt forget me, because only thy Hesperian memory knoweth me, and it must yield to thine earthly astral when thou hast returned thither. Yet it will but sleep, not perish, until the time again cometh for it to govern thy life. When the years of karma are flown, thou wilt once more come hither, and then thou wilt no more yearn for earth. As now, my twin, I fain would keep thee here. I cannot, for karma is set against me, and karma is the Christ law, saying, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Though forgetting Hesper, yet thou shalt have an astral record, and it will at times come to thee, even as thine earthly record cometh here, disturbing thee, and it will be a strange thing, for it will seem as thyself, yet thou shalt not recognize its words as thine own history, so it shall seem also someone else. Thou hast told thy life so far as thou knowest it, but back of it thou hast heard that thou hast had myriad other lives, and in these I have been involved. Naturally so, for my spirit is also thy spirit, though our souls are not now near together as they have been in other times. I could tell thee much concerning this eternity past, which thou hast had and known, but forgotten page by page, as the angel of death turned the leaves of thy book of life. But I will not tell thee, Philos, though I could remember it from that living, eternal record of cause and effect, of the mutual action and reaction of the forms of life and of matter. 'Tis the astral record, the Father's book of life. Memory is but the power of the soul to read this great astral record. I have that power, thou hast it not, but I will not tell thee, but leave thee to find all this thyself, to know this past from thine own coming wisdom. Then thou shalt know me as one with thyself. And I will in that time write the long history of our lives from the remote days when thou and I lived in old Lemuria, days ere the earth had known the continent of Atlantis, or the glacial epoch of geologists. 'Twas the golden age, but we will know farther back than that, even to the time when earth did not exist, nor Venus, nor Mars, neither the sun, nor any star. But of this I will not try to tell the world all, not that it might not be told, but no reader could comprehend that state wherein man, that is, was a race not yet man as yet. When I say man, I say also all the associate animals, for every sort of being that lives on the earth is man, there being men and animals, lesser men. No, they who heard the words could in no wise comprehend beings neither animal, plant, nor mineral, which nevertheless lived. I will therefore deal solely with the later time which came ere the last glacial epoch, and still later with the time of Zelm, and when of him, of thyself, for my Philos is but Zelm reincarnate, returned from Devajan. I raised my head, which I had kept bowed while Phyrus talked. We were alone, the others of our party having withdrawn. Phyrus continued. I will write of Ansmi, and so of myself, and I will write of others also. But now I speak of ourselves. When man was born into the earth from Mars, as he is eventually to be born from the earth into Hesper, that was the basis of the allegory of Adam and Eve. But back of them came all their lesser brethren, the animals of land, sea, and air. And back of the race birth were the race lives on Mars, and air then lives on 2 other planets, neither of which are of matter which the earthly eye could perceive. There is in them now no life process, for these worlds' souls are resting, and so also is Mars. Thus I have spoken of 4 of the 7 planets of which the human race makes cyclic visits, going from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, which is the earth, to 5, Hesper, to the one to which man will go after his years on Hesper, and thence to the 7th or sabbatic world. These 2 last, like the 2 first, are imperceptible to the eyes of man on earth. 7 are the worlds, and 7 times the race of man circles them. 3 times already hath man circled the Ceres, and arrived in mass at the 4th of the number in this his 4th round. So, Philos, I speak of all these many race lives, of Earth, of Hesper, of Mars, and all other human planets after the ordinary sense. But whosoever wills may go with our great master, escaping the rounds, and of that life no words can tell. But such will is rare, and few there will be that find that way. Yet here are some of the signs along that path. Hear them, heed them, and thus find me. Use all things as abusing none, drugs as drugs, food as not gluttonously, drinks as not bibulously, society as a study, marriage as a way, but continency as his highway. The most of our race must go to the lower path, for the cliff-brow way is too dizzy. None can walk it, save he holds their hands, and few there be that will to let him, for desires tempt them. But they that refuse that life now, how shall they find it again? They will not, and so shall cease with the world. Then will have come true that which is written, there shall be time and times and half a time. Alas, that it should be so. A message of this judgment shalt thou render in a day not afar off. Being in the middle of its sojourn upon the earth, the race is half through an experience of life that hath engaged it for a period of time too vast for thy real comprehension. "Will you not tell me?" I inquired. "I am curious." "Tell thee? Yes, and in words thou canst understand, yet the figures can convey but vaguely to thee, who know not what all the period hath seen transpire. These are the figures." And Phyrus solemnly counted a period of time which my mind confronted as one helpless, lost in thought. "But see thou convey to none others this knowledge, until our atonement hath recurred. Such is the lapse of time since the universe was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Each man we see, except those who have been transfigured, is but a semi-ego, and each woman the same, two of these having one spirit. When the perfection time cometh, all the halves shall unite, each with its own, and lo, this is the marriage made in heaven. But first comes the trial, the crisis of transfiguration." "And if," I asked, "if a soul pass not, why not? And what will happen? If one half, one mate shall fall, shall the other also?" "O my twin, if a soul pass not, it will be because the waywardness of its many lives hath clipped the wings of its strength, so that it cannot fly above the concentrated temptations of that trial. Such a fate is the portion of all failures in this supremest trial. And lastly, personally, if thou dost fail, thy soul shall go into the second death, and because of that, so also shall mine, and for we and all egoic mates fight this last fight with our combined strength. On me thy eternal life depends, on thee my hope rests, but upon the Spirit rests all our hope, and we cannot find it if we follow not the path shown us by Christ. If we seek it not, it will not seek us. Save Christ is ours, and in us we must fail in that fearful trial. But come, Philos, and see the earth as it was in the days of Zelm and Enzimi, and seeing that time, behold it now." Thus speaking, she arose and touched me, and I perceived for the first time that she, like myself, was in astral form. I seemed to sleep momentarily, yet was conscious of motion, the sort of motion that one experiences when passing from deep sleep to full wakefulness at once. This was the passage from Hesperus to earth. The sensation was due to the fact that my present astral was in some sort material, as I had not even an astral when coming from the earth, and so nothing material, therefore I could not be conscious of that transition. The sleeping unconsciousness was due to Phyrus, who wished to draw my attention from her words and herself. Once more all the scenes of earth appeared. I saw the broad waters of the Atlantic. Phyrus said, "Names are appropriate. See, here is the Atlantic Ocean, where was the Atlantean continent, and now we descend into it, above its waters and around us. They harm us not, for our physicality is superior to their physicality. Behold the psychic record of the past, the concrete history of the world, imperishable until time shall be no more. Wouldst thou read of a first destruction of Poseid? Seek it in thy Bible, and find it as the Noetian deluge. This was before the age of VIII, or of history which they knew many thousands of years. Wouldst learn of the destructions of Lemurus, that great people who were in the earth before the age of ice, when the world knew no cold, nor snow, nor frost, who antedated Poseid by countless ages? Turn to the book of Job, and read of how the deep boiled like a pot, and reading thou shalt learn that Lemuria perished of fire from out the interplanetary depths. So one cycle of mankind dieth of fire, and the next of water, and again the next dieth of fire. The races of earth today shall come afar, as if yet that day to perish of fire, and the earth be blasted and rolled together as a scroll. Find thou its prophecy in the second book of Peter 3:10. Yet knowledge of all this is not from my telling. I have spoken, and now, my other self, I take thee yet a while to fill the law and the prophets and thy karma, and I will abide thy coming again unto me. We part. See, here is the sagum, there Mendicus. I, beloved, we part, but it is for a little while, and then for eternity we shall be one together. Let some dim perception of me awaken in thy mind, and sweeten thy life, and lead thee ever upward. My peace, so much as it is such, be with thee, and keep thee." She put her arms about me, and held me long, while our eyes looked into each other's souls. Then her lips met mine in one ecstatic throb, and she was gone. End of Chapter 7, The Desert Before Thy Feet, read by Robert DiGangi-Roush, Buffalo, New York, September 24th, 2022. Section 32 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert DiGangi-Roush. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Second, Chapter 8. Old Teachers Taught of God. I awoke. The place was in one of the smallest rooms of the sagum. It seemed not unfamiliar, although I had theretofore been only in the greater apartment. Mendicus sat beside me. There was a sense of having lost something. I knew not what, but the loss made me inexpressibly sad. I felt hampered, as if my freedom had contracted. Otherwise, too, I felt weak, as if long ill. But Mendicus put his hand over my eyes, and I slept. The next conscious moment came, and the weariness was gone, but not wholly so the sense of loss, of restricted freedom. It was one thing to lose prehension of memory and events, to have entirely forgotten Hesperus and Phyrus and Molong and Soma, as I had done, but it was a wholly different and impossible thing to forget, or in any wise put away the growth of my soul during my 5 weeks of absence from the earth. Yes, 5 weeks, for despite the seeming months in Devachan and the time in Pertose, all but one part in 1,000 of my time of absence had been spent in Hesperus. 5 weeks of earth time. It would have been impossible for me to have remained in Pertose and been happy. It would be impossible for you, my friend. Why? Because it was a plane of soul life so exalted above our familiar earth that only growth can introduce the soul there, long, slow, ofttimes painful, but growth. To me then, or to you now, irrevocable transference to such a high plane of life would be fearful punishment. All our ordinary powers of life, all our present selves put away, and in an entirely different set of sensibilities, and a new, unknown, untried self in their place, knowledge in the use of all which amidst wholly strange phenomena and unlearned laws, the misplaced soul would have been to acquire through long, unhappy years. It is a divine blessing to humanity that sudden transition from one plane to a higher is as impossible as any real retrogression. I sat up, and then stood up, Mendicus assisting me, for I was weak and dizzy. I remained at the sage until several days had elapsed, learning of various occurrences and making various decisions and resolutions. Asking for Kwong, I was told he was dead, and knowing now nothing of the past 5 weeks, I accepted the news with keen regret. Mendicus told me that I was a man yet possessed of earthly appetites and passions, although I had lately been where humanity was of the heavenly order, as measured by terrestrial standards, where no sensuality ever invaded, although the people were not austere, nor was life there devoid of pleasure. I assented for the sake of courtesy, without knowing anything of whom or what he spoke, more than an untravelled commoner of a great city knows of interior Africa. He saw my ignorance and became silent. His remarks about social sin I felt inapplicable to myself, for although I mingled with the people of this world, I did not sin in the meaning of the term as he applied it. Perhaps from environment I was not free, but free of these errors I was, and without any pharisaical self-praise. Speaking of the fallen, however, where was the really sweet, noble girl I had tried to raise, and who, seconding my efforts, had gone to Melbourne? Life interests were again claiming me. The animal soul was reasserting itself, and warring as strongly as its feeble selfhood allowed with the human soul, and the stirring spirit which cannot sin nor err, because it is one with the oversoul, and so ever draws the human soul upward, whilst the animal pulls it downward. Then said Mendicus to me, Mr. Pearson, the sins thou dost condemn in thy fellow creatures were once thine, and if thou shalt condemn the doer, may become thine again. That thou judgest thou art not past danger of committing. Judge not, lest thou be judged. But in thine inner soul these past 5 weeks have placed a light, a lamp from God. hide it not, but let it so shine that it give light to the sinful who have no light. Pity them, deplore their error, but if thou condemn them, thou wilt not follow him who said, Neither do I condemn thee. Go, and sin no more. Molong had set a proper estimate on my powers in refusing to make irrevocable my ascent to the Hesperian plain. I had stood ready with the torch of desire to fire my earthly ships. If I could have known of my escape, I would have felt thankful. As it was, Hesper was becoming an unmeaning name, and the ships were not burned. Pleased as a child, I had gone to the Devashonic plain, where all things that the child experience desired, although it wished never so foolishly, seemed to occur. Now the child, having confronted the sober fact that inexorable laws govern all the reign of being, had become stricken, broken-hearted at his failure, and had returned to his own sphere, and blessed mercy was enabled to forget it all until such time as the 5 weeks' leaven had leavened the whole, and returned was possible in the circumstances of one coming to his own. Friend, never assume the attitude of childishness toward the sublime. You may not escape as lightly as I did. Count the cost, or else plod along with the commonplace masses. Both roads lead to the goal, one short but inexpressively severe, and the other long and, alas, quite severe enough. It is no paradox to say that the shortest road is the longest. Life is not always measured by years. Some lives are but a few short years. But oh, the bitterness, and not impossibly sweets, too, crowded in them, would require 1,000 years of other and less marked lives to essay. Before I left Sagem, Mendicus laid down esoteric rules for my guidance in the days to come, days when sole dependence must be stayed on my knowledge of these rules, since no esotericist would be near to counsel me. Mr. Pearson, said the grand old sage, I have here a Bible. Lo, I have read it, the Old Testament, 87 times, the New even more times, yet I see ever new beauties in the book. I have here the book of Manu, and also the Vedas. All are authorized by the Christ Spirit under different human names, truly, and in different ages. All are more or less allegorical. All require his light to interpret. Without it, serious errors may arise, as they have arisen heretofore in the world with sad frequency and fearfully long-lived persistency. I will therefore declare unto thee a guidance from them. Knock, and it shall be opened unto thee. But see thou knockest with the will of the Spirit, for although the mind knock forever, the way shall not be opened. Ask, and it shall be given. But although the animal man ask ever, no answer shall be given, for this meaneth also, except the request be made by the Spirit in thee for the truths of God, and for earthly things, these last follow as shade the sun. Whatsoever is asked of the Father in the Christ's name, that shall he grant. But consider that asking in the name of the Christ is asking for the things of his kingdom. With the gift of these things, all lesser things shall be added, food, raiment, and all else the body hath need for. This is hard for the natural mind to comprehend. He will not let thee perish, though thou die of hunger. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This is karma and the law, and every jot of it must be fulfilled. Man is a creature of many incarnations, each earth life one personality strung on the unbreakable string of his egoic individuality, which reacheth from everlasting to everlasting, from the east unto the west. No demand of karma may be ignored. All must be paid in the course of the lives. Then do unto others as thou wouldst be done by, and remember as thou doest unto the least of thy fellow creatures, in that manner and measure is it done unto our Saviour, and unto the Father, and shall be done unto thee again. Keep all the commandments, thou shalt so come to everlasting, where is all wisdom. That evening I went out of the sacred precincts and back to the town. There I learned of things various. My mining partners were now willing to buy my share without further parley. From that sale I received approaching $300,000 paid in installments, 7 quarterly payments of nearly $43,000 gold coin each one. The arrangement having been made for depositing these sums, as they fell due, with my bankers in Washington, D.C., I was overcome with a desire to travel. This, and my ability to gratify it, took me to nearly every civilized land. Yet no object except unrest prompted this nomadism. Almost 2 years had passed since I left the unknown city, the scene of my esoteric experiences. I was in Norway, away from the wide, wide world, in a little hamlet close to a celebrated fjord, where I had arrived the previous day. My guide and general utility man spoke English sufficiently well to make himself readily intelligible. He proved to have been a sailor on the ship in which I took my first voyage, and had returned to his native land to minister to the wants of travellers, in which service his knowledge of the Anglo-Saxon did him good stead. He was delighted to see me, a feeling which I reciprocated. His name? Certainly, Hans Christensen. Hans said that 4 or 5 other summer travellers were staying in the village. One is ein young lady. She have a crazy for paint and brushes. Is ein artist, I think so. A week elapsed before I met this pretty lady, and meantime Hans guided me, equipped with gun and fish rod. He rowed our light skiff. One afternoon I took the skiff and went off alone to a rock jutting out of the fjord, whereon grew several birch trees of graceful beauty. I tied the skiff, then climbed out and sat down to read the letters forwarded to me from New York. While reading these, I heard a little sound behind me as of some person else on the tiny island. Turning my head, I saw a woman, and then I laid down my paper and sprang to my feet. I was too much surprised to raise my cap or even to speak, and she seemed equally astonished. When I said the one word, "Lizzie!" "Mr. Pearson," she replied, "how came you here?" was our next exchange. I told her of my aimless wanderings, and she related her life since we parted in the unknown city. From Melbourne she had gone to New York and thence to Washington. There she bought a residence and established an art studio, assuming the name of Harland. People were told little and learned less of her antecedents, and were allowed to suppose that she was a young Australian widow of moderate wealth. Each of the 2 summers after her advent to life at the capital had been spent abroad, and this, the 3rd summer, she was spending in Norway. Her pictures had sold well, and she had made up the entire sum which she had used from what she called my loan. This she insisted on giving back to me, but I laughed and tentatively agreed, saying, "Before I leave, if you insist." I stayed 4 weeks there, stayed until I learned from a chance remark that she was going away in a few days for a little stay among the Scottish lakes. Then, without saying anything to Mrs. Harlan, I bade Hans take me by night to the steamer which visited the little port once a fortnight, and was then due, and going on board, paid Hans, adding a douceur. As the ropes were being cast off, I said, "Hans, let the young lady know that I am gone. Tell her if she asks, I am going to St. Petersburg. Goodbye, Hans." To the capital of the Tsar I went, and was there a week, then back to Paris, then to London, and in another week I sailed for New York, thence to Washington. A year passed. One afternoon, as I strolled up Pennsylvania Avenue, I came face to face with Elizabeth Harland. We stopped, spoke, and then I turned and walked with her. The old memories surged over us. I remembered the days in California when more tenderly, the peaceful month in Norway, when I had come to really believe I loved this girl, not only for her radiant beauty and sedately sweet womanhood, but for her tremendous effort to triumph over error, and her success, wherefore she was come forth from the fire pure gold. Before we parted, I learned her address and resolved to call as soon as an opportunity offered. Next evening, a bank messenger came to my apartments and left a packet. It held 200 banknotes to the value of $100 each and a letter. This I opened hastily and read. September 3rd, 1869. Mr. Walter Pearson, enclosed find the sum of my indebtedness to you, and accept my heartfelt gratitude for the same, and we will be friends. You are ever welcome to come to the home of your sincere friend, Elizabeth Harland. I pondered the situation, and when the moment of decision came, made up my mind very suddenly. The money which he had returned I put into my pocket-book, took my hat, and being in proper attire, went down the street until I found a cab. Entering this, I gave the directions to the driver to take me to number such and such a street. It was a pretty place. When I rang the bell, it was answered by Mrs. Harland herself. Her manner was cordial, but I fancied somewhat constrained. On the wall of the parlor hung a picture of rare merit. A man whose face and mien was as expressive of divinity as it lies in the power of paint and brush to depict, stood looking on a woman whose face was hidden by her hands. In the dust at his feet were characters written. The environment was that of the architecture of the Holy Land. Under the painting, which was half life-size, were the words, St. John 7:11. I sat down in a proffered chair, and for a moment silence reigned. My hostess broke this by saying, "You received the money, Mr. Pearson?" Yes, I drew it out of my pocket-book and followed my resolve, and waiving all prefatory remarks, I said, "Except you give me yourself with this money, I will not take it out of the house. Will you be my wife, Elizabeth?" I asked, as I knelt by her side. Her eyes gazed into mine a moment, and she said, "For myself, because you love me, and veil the past with the success of the present?" Tears in her eyes, tears in her voice as she spoke. "Yes, darling." With a convulsive sob, she rested in my arms and cried as if her heart would break. At length she said tremulously, "All the world is less worth than this true love." Our wedding was quiet, and after it we went for a brief trip abroad, going only to England, and in a short time returned home. End of section number 32, Old Teachers. Read by Robert DiGangi-Roush, Buffalo, New York, October 12th, 2022.
Section 33 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schrimsher. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Those who heed have peace. Once during the wanderings before my marriage, and while I was in Hindustan, I met an old man of unprepossessing figure, whose faded eyes no sooner rested on me than he said, "You are he of whom Mendocus told me, and charged me concerning, saying, tell him certain things for me. This I will do. Young man, your life shall be sad and bitter on earth, but sweet after that. Things will transpire because of which your animal soul shall embrace itself and say, this is joy. But immediately the still voice of the human soul in you shall say, this joy is but a Sodom apple. And in that war between your animal soul, which innate depravity, and your spirit, which is of God, Brahma, the One, see in it the allegory of Adam and original sin. It pulls your human soul down to death. The other, the spirit, draws the human upward. Attend then its sayings. I will render them for you. Before your eyes can see God, they must be incapable of shedding tears for any suffering of your own. Before your ears can hear, they must have lost sensitiveness. Your voice may not speak eternal wisdom until it has no power to wound. Before yourself can stand in the presence of the eternal, its feet must have been bathed in the blood of suffering, penance, restitution. Then kill the ambition to excel in the poor paths of fame. Cease to regard this life as your best possession. Then work for God as earnestly as others work for Mammon, and respect thy life as those respect life who treasure it most, and be happy as those who live for happiness. In the hearts of all is the source of all error, in disciple as well in the man of desire. Study a plant of mustard, witness it grow and bud. But if thou shalt hew it down so that it never beareth seed, behold a strange thing. It will sprout again and grow through the years, if it never beareth. And this, although it is only a material form. Now, therefore, if a human soul shall not be cut down, yet shall not enter into life as a creator by reason that it wills not, then the spirit of life everlasting shall go into it. And it shall contain itself, and therefore live forever. Study the truth of mustard life. Only the strong in God can act upon this teaching and hold the lower nature. The weak must wait its maturity, and then will come their struggle. It will strive to keep the feet from the path, and may succeed. But if once all its power be wiped out, if once thou dost the will of the Father earnestly, as his obedient child, that is the atonement. For it shall give strength to do every work of the Creator being. It will seem to take the very life. That is because it takes the animal soul and throttles it. But the human soul will recover, and the spirit come into it. This is the time of the silence of the soul. Then it shall be clear to you how dark are the lives of those who are around you, and have no goal of union with the spirit towards which to race. And you will see and no karma. Also, you will see that because of your past incarnations, your karma is inextricably interwoven with the karma of the world. This is that saying which the Nazarene answered when it was asked of him, "Who is my neighbor?" If, Walter Pearson, you shall once be able to know the peace of silence, you shall then learn of all things about you, for the earth is Brahm's, and all in it teaches his works. I was surprised at being called by name, and also of being told of Mendocus. The old man said further, "If your soul once knows this peace, no storm of sin or of sorrow can evermore ward you far aside from the path, for its knowledge is an abiding wisdom. Heed also the words of Mendocus. Read your Bible, read the Vedas, read Manu, and study. It shall all be a staff to your hand and a lamp to your feet. Peace be with you." "And to you, peace," I replied, as he turned and walked away into the crowd, for we had stood by a public drinking fountain. Now that Elizabeth was found and was my wife, I pondered deeply these things I had heard of the occult lore. Not that she had a connection with it, but because, as the years went by, I found she knew and cared little about these abstruse studies, which I did. So our lives drew apart. But she was oblivious of this fact, and I was glad because she was. She had her church work, and I aided her in all her sweet charities. To us came 2 lovely little daughters, the greatest treasures of our lives, and oh, so carefully taught regarding life and shielded from its dangers. So long as these little ones were with us, I was content. And yet I felt in an ill-defined sorrow that Earth's experiences were but Sodom apples. Sometimes I found my lonelier hours disturbed by a strange voice which whispered to my inner consciousness. As time passed, it grew stronger, and one day it appeared before my sight as a wraith. The shape talked. What it said made me eager to hear more, so I cultivated it. It became thenceforth a regular visitor, and from that to being always present when I was otherwise alone was but a step. It spoke of having been on a distant planet which it called Pertos, sometimes Hesperus, again Venus. It spoke of persons whose names were strange, calling one Mol Lang, another Soma, and a third Pheris. Then it described these people, and I listened eagerly. Who were they, and what human soul was this which had gone to Venus? The ghost looked marvelously like myself, but my slumbers at night were as sound as if it visited me not. I called it my ghost. How unconsciously true it told of everything related to my being with Mol Lang, and in Venus. It drew my mind's eye to the psychic scene in the bed of the Atlantic. It told of a visit to the sun with Soma, of which I neglected mention in sequence. Briefly, Soma went with me to the sun, and showed me that it was a vibrant body of less size than astronomers believe, but of enormous density. I saw its oceans. They were heavier than Mercury, but it had no life forms, which I took as such. Yet life of some sort there is everywhere. Perhaps indeed not animal nor vegetable, but from the high standpoint of those who know much of the works of the All-Father, forms that no earthly man would call life are such, nevertheless. But the sun is force of such fearful, vibrative pulsing that even my subtle astral body was not unaffected. Soma said of it, "See the immediate center of our solar system. Thou wouldst call it a dynamo, the great dynamo of the system. Right wouldst thou be, and wrong also. The attempt to define the sun as an analog to a dynamo-electric machine has much to support it. But to define it as identical is erroneous. The trouble with that theory is the trouble which lies at the root of and weakens all other theories to account for sun heat and sunlight. It is that science does not assign a sufficiently high value to the sun. The combustion theory is invalid. The solar mass contraction theory is but partially tenable, and meteoric showers do not account better than the first two. Neither does the electric dynamo theory. Truly, the latter explains how sun heat and sunlight may coexist, and not be inharmonious with the awful degree of cold between Earth, the planets, and the sun. It explains that which denies the simple combustion theory so completely, viz. That the farther one goes from the Earth's center, either in a balloon or on a high mountain, the colder and darker the air gets, so that interstellar space is several hundred degrees below zero and black as midnight, with the sun a luminous disk without rays. But the dynamo theory does not explain the solar spectrum, nor the bands of spectra, nor coronal flames, nor sunspots, nor solar, nor lunar eclipses. The above statements were made by Soma, as will be remembered by the reader, while I was still in the Hesperian astral state, and for the time was unconscious of a previous terrene existence. I had therefore no memory of the mundane knowledge, and was unbiased in my judgment of the remarks of my friend. He had ceased to speak after uttering the word eclipses. I waited for him to continue, but as he did not, I finally interrogated. Well, what does explain it all? What is the truth? Thus questioned, he resumed. I have said that the value accorded by astronomers is too small. Seeing a fire, they would seek to explain by its means the sun. Finding this untenable and aware that a contracting mass gives off heat, they next essay explanation on that hypothesis. But this will not do, nor will meteoric showers, nor any hypothesis based on facts now known. All are too low in aim. The infinite cannot be explained by the finite, nor will less explain greater. Fire is energy, and electricity is energy, and God is energy. But fire will not solve the query, what is electricity? Nor will electricity answer, what is God? But God will explain both the others, for the sum of the parts is equal to the whole. But as man does not know the full number of the parts, the partial sum he does know will not explain God. Soma ceased again, but I, filled with some vagrant earth memory, allowed no time of pause. I was too eager to wait, and I said, but this does not tell me what the solar puzzle is. Thou art impatient, my brother. Know then what was at one time known upon the earth, but is now for ages forgotten, that nature has a dual aspect, is double, is positive and negative. That the great positive side is the sign known to the mundane science, while the other, or negative, or night side, or as it was once known in the earth by the men of Atla, Navas, is a side all unknown and scarcely guessed in the most exceeding flights of speculation, left unbroached, secretly kept by a few, who know not that they entertain an angel, an angelic wisdom that in a century more, yea, less time, shall overturn much of the face of terrene things, shall bestow aerial vessels, and all else once known to those men of Atl, of whom I spoke. Thou dost not yet understand. I said that I did not, that I thought he referred to some domain of the physical forces not yet known. But what had this to do with the sun? The suns of systems are centers of forces of the night side of nature whereof I spoke, and are force and matter of higher value than our planets and satellites, just as water above a cataract is water. Truly, but being above and mobile, flows over and down, developing energy. In other words, out of the cold, dark, negative side, or night side, force emerges, drawn to the positive polarity which constitutes in its outgoing flow that termed nature, and develops in its fall magnetism, electricity, light, color, heat, and sound, in order of descent. And lastly, solid matter, for this latter is a child of energy, not its parent. When the Navas forces drop to light, if the light waves enter a spectroscope, they will emerge as colors. These correspond to the various spectrum bands, and will, as the descent progresses, give the noted lines of the solar spectrum, as the great B line of oxygen, the conspicuous 1474 line, and the brilliant H and K violet bands. I thought I now saw the truth, but I saw only a part. A grand vista was yet to open. I saw it when my companion resumed. Thus, the evidence of flames and metals on fire, and all that leads astronomers to think sun and stars flaming hells. But their fires will not decrease, for the Father is immanent, and the forces of Navas are perpetually fed by him. The graphic picture of a burned-out sun is a dream, never to be fulfilled. A day will come again in the earth when instruments will be made which Atlantis once well knew, when the prismatic rays from a spectroscope will be found to be a source of heat and of sound, so that the so-called flames of the sun and of the stars will produce music, harmonies divine. Yea, further, for going on down, the dark green solar spectrum of iron will be made to yield iron for use in the arts. And so with the other bands and lines, the intense greens, blues, and blue-greens give copper, lead, antimony, and so on. It is by these Navas currents that the circulation in the universe is kept up, as blood in a man's arteries. The suns are the systemic hearts. But thou art tired, my brother, or I would explain yet more, that the planets which receive all these currents must return their equivalent, and thus would another vast field open before thy sight. This last would explain that which so worries science on Earth, the molten terrene interior. That, also, is something of an error. All the phenomena which seem to declare the earth to be in a melted condition inside do not prove it so in truth. All point to the return currents, the positive. All exhibit the venous currents of our universe back to its hearts. Soma continued with an apostrophe to the leading minds of the earth, which was beautiful indeed. O science of earth, in thee is the hope of the world, when thou shalt become handmaiden of God. Look up, value his works highly, and thou shalt read clearly many things which now puzzle thee sadly. Thou art the Joseph, and religion the Mary, and ye twain shall show forth the light of life. Blessed art thou. When my ghost retold me this conversation, I seized my hat and went out to look sunwards and marvel if all were true, and astounded, reflect again. Who is this Soma? The puzzle grew, and my discontent with life grew. The lump was becoming leavened. The more I studied the truth of the mustard plant, the clearer grew my perceptions, and I knew that never in my present body could I attain much progress. For in our union, Elizabeth and I passed by the mustard unheeding, writing another karmic chapter. For a time, my ghost was amenable to my will as it regarded its comings and goings, but it now seemed to have entered in and coalesced with me. I no longer heard or saw it, but instead was often one with it, and saw and heard its visions and perceptions as if they were my own. And indeed, as you know, this was a fact. It was in verity the record of my visit to Pertos, and was a true cast in all ways of my life there. Oftentimes, my soul was torn by steadfastness to the duty of life as pointed out by Mendocus. And then my only escape from trouble was to allow myself to rest in the Hesperian astral to the exclusion of that of earth. At such time I was living again the life with Pyrrhus and the loved one of Pertos. Elizabeth sorrowed over this aberration as she thought it, and blessed little daughters grew to regard Papa as funny, and I was held in awe. Not a pleasant experience, my friends. My wife would look at me sadly, and I know she wept when alone, because I often absently called her Pyrrhus. Indeed, Elizabeth was my closest realization of the Pyrrhus of whom I knew but could not find on earth. Under all this, I grew thin and pale, and aimlessly wandered about, possessed of a huge disgust for worldly interests and amusements, filled with sorrow for the sorrow I saw the world held, and yearning for the high plane which I at last knew was not a fantasy, and where Pyrrhus was, and Soma, and Mol Lang. But I could not get there, and they could not come to me. Therefore I studied the rules of the path, because torn with crazed regret when the lower nature triumphed, and I fell in sinful error. But although I fell, I rose again. Then the effect this had on my sweet loving wife came home to me. Was this doing as I would be done by? No. So I set my will in firm resolve and subdued my own sorrows, and made my nature a tool for my soul, not a master over me. Then, once again, I smiled, and the color and flesh came back to me, so Elizabeth was happy once more, and I had found the true path at last. Service. I no longer wept for myself. My ears were no more sensitive. My tongue no longer wounded anyone with its morose utterances. Chiefest triumph of all, my feet were bathed in the lifeblood of the animal nature, so that I lived unselfishly, my whole being bent on doing my best, living as happily as if solely for happiness, as earnestly as if for ambitious motives. Then it was that the peace of the silence came, and I waited for the Savior to take me and fight in me and do his work with my hands. The Paraclete was come into my life. It was a sad blow when my little daughters died of epidemic scarlatina in the year 1878. Therefore I used my life to comfort the sweet woman whose vital breath nearly died in that cruel loss. I think Elizabeth never cared for anything in life after that, except for my loving devotion, and I gave it, for I knew Pyrrhus would have me do so, and I waited on earth now only to make it tolerable for the woman I had sworn to cherish. She waited in anticipation of rejoining her children in heaven, and meanwhile devoted all her time and energy with feverish application to doing all the good she could, using our unlimited money for the purpose. How exultant I was that the money was drawn from the gravel of the mines and not come to me from harassed debtors. It was less than 2 years after Dora and Mady, our 2 little girls, had gone to the Summerland, ere Elizabeth followed after them. I felt the need of a radical change in living methods for the sake of my health, and so, under an assumed name, secured a situation as a mate on an American sailor. A splendid vessel. My purpose was to expose myself to the toil of a sea life for a season, in the idea of recuperation coming from active duty. Nothing would satisfy Elizabeth, except going as a passenger on the same vessel. She refused to leave me out of her care. The captain knew her relation to me, so did the crew, so that her being a passenger was natural. Near the Bermudas, a terrible storm came up, and I ordered the sails close-reefed. Then the squall struck. The mainmast went over. The vessel sprang a leak. The pumps were inadequate, and the boats were swamped, all but one, as fast as they were lowered. Into that went the crew, and I would have put Elizabeth in, but the men, seeing the boat full, pushed off and left her, Captain Washburn, and me to our fate. Hardly 5 minutes elapsed when our noble vessel pitched bows on under the engulfing waves, carrying us with it. I had lashed myself to the deck cleats to avoid being washed overboard, so now I was doomed to die, and was glad. As the water swept overhead, I called out in my soul, "Fierce, at last I come." I saw Mendocus as I lost consciousness, and when I next came to knowledge, I found myself in the Sagum in California. Yet my body drowned off Bermuda's coast. Here was Fierce, and yes, Molang. It was not long ere I again bade Mendocus farewell, and with Fierce and Molang went home to Pertos. Home now, my own attained plane, and earth, with its dark and dreadful ills, left behind forever. But not earth with its mighty secrets of life. Yes, Terre is, if insignificant, a point whence the human soul reaches out to the boundless sidereal universe and formulates its laws, knows them, and is greater than all. I was come to leave the earth where so many incarnations had known me. 'Twas a time for memory and for tears. Within the deep still chambers of the heart a spectre dim, whose voice was like the wizard tones of time heard from the tome of ages, points its cold and solemn finger to the beautiful and holy visions that have passed away, and left no shadow of their loveliness on the dead waste of life. That spectre lifts the coffin lid of hope and joy and love. O earth, point in the heavens, yet type of all the stellar universe. Shall I descend a moment to figures? Shall I speak numbers almost inconceivable? I will. Just for a moment, think of what we have come to know in the schools of earth. Think of our human civilization that permits us new comprehensions. See the parallel of how we measure time and distance compared to the Indian, who measures one by moons and the other by looks, one being the interval between one full or new moon and the next, the other being how far he can look and distinguish a man. Civilized man measures by years and by miles, and science by light years. How much is a light year? In the time of 1 second, light travels 192,000 miles, approximately. In 1 year, there are 31,556,929 seconds. Hence, the distance of a light year is the multiplied product of one figure by the other. Briefly, the inconceivable distance of 60,553,150,000 miles. All that, and yet we see a star in the northern heavens said to be 181 light years distant from the Earth around which our own sun revolves, one of its satellites, as the moon is satellite to the Earth. Such is the material universe, an infinitude, one of God's works, but only one, and yet it is comprehensible mechanism, not, from the material point of view, comparable to the value of one soul of man. Why do I thus digress? Friends, to let you know what proud place man occupies. Think of all that nearly interminable distance to Arcturus, and then reflect that that bright member of the constellation Boötis is only a little way out in the boundless universe. That vast bulk of matter, capable of being seen nearly 120 million times farther than the distance between the Earth and the Sun. How great is that bulk? Estimated by comparison, it is more than 500 million times larger than the combined mass of the Earth, Venus, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury. And yet, the human mind reaches into this almost infinite thing called the universe and grapples understandingly with its problems of matter, force, time, space, eternity, infinity, Laus Deo. Thus, Arcturus is our yardstick in the sidereal universe, which in itself is in the house of our Father, only one mansion. Besides it are many mansions. And friends, there is one mansion of the many to which I have called your attention, that of the soul. The soul is not material, and one loved one who shall go away out of your home into the unknown country is farther away from you than Arcturus, for it is in another condition of being. Wondrous privilege. You stand on the threshold, for you are embodied children of the Creator. You can learn his ways and go unto the loved ones gone before, or you can leave matter behind and go into the psychic mansion and re-enter matter wheresoever you will. Be in the world one instant, in the astral the next, and in Arcturus the next. I speak no idle tales. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Now I had left the world for a new life, a new vantage point. So far I had lived a life purely one of sacrifice to duty, and that duty one to Elizabeth. All the later while knowing myself, through my other astral, to be far from home and fierce and knowledge. And now the release had come. My sacrifice to Elizabeth was completed. My charity had covered a multitude of sins. Oh, many more than I knew at the time of the completed sacrifice. And yet, I had not quite atoned for all the weary errors of past incarnations. Almost free, however, almost free. While yet living with Elizabeth, my obedience to the rules of which I have spoken and others of which I have not spoken, all from Mole Lang and Mendocus, had given me insight into somewhat of the past. Thus I had learned a little of the dead personality known to the reader as Xylem of Poseid. I knew that in Xylem's spirit, human soul, his individuality, were also mine, that I, Pearson, had been Xylem. I was able to form a fair remembering of Xylem's life, and of its events and his friends. I knew that the acts he did and the sins he committed were my inheritance, and that I was responsible for them, because though his personality was not my personality, his individuality was, and is, mine. Although I knew not who Lolix was, or that she lived, yet for Xylem's, my, sin with her and for her tragic death, I must atone. To whom? Anybody in the earth whom I could serve, as Christ had said in declaring, even unto the least of thee. I served with the sacrifice of my living happiness the duty I contracted to Elizabeth by living for her, and dying on my ship that she might have the chance to escape. I had rescued her from a nameless sin of life in city, and brought her to saving faith in Jesus the Christ. If as Xylem, I, the me, had tripped with Lolix, I, as Walter Pearson, had arisen with another soul to salvation. So karma balanced there. Karma, self-made fate, binds the soul to make reparation in some life or lives for its sins in others. It bound me. I paid the debt. It binds you for debts contracted sometime, somewhere, and will you not follow the path, and after paying the debt, be with the free forevermore? Charity is great. Its least worthy aspect, alms-giving. For although I give all my goods to feed the poor, and have not that charity, which is love, it profiteth me nothing. I have said that my wife, Elizabeth, cared little for my esoteric studies, but to infer that she cared nothing would be wrong. She once found me in my library using an occult needle. This was a steel bar 7 inches long, square, and 1/3 of an inch thick, pointed quadramatally, with gold tips. It swung in a glass case suspended by a hair over the symbol. Could you have gifted me with clairvoyant sight and have looked upon me as Elizabeth found me, you would have seen that needle hanging motionless, and all about it a golden light or aura. From either end went a beam of this odic luminosity, one to me and one to a distance. Looking along the latter, you could have seen at its end a man standing beside a dining room sideboard, in his hand a glass of brandy. That man was a dear friend of mine, with but one grave fault: inebriety. As he poised the cup to drink, I said firmly, "No! Touch not, taste not, handle not, neither now nor henceforth. Heed my voice, or you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven." Willis Murchison, the would-be drinker, let the glass fall to the floor, where it broke to fragments. A day or so later, I met him, and he related that he had had a vision and heard a voice from God, saying that he should no more drink lest he lose his chance of heaven. He never did touch liquor again. He heard the mysterious voice and heeded. Yet he had not heeded his friends. By the occult secret of the aurant-tipped needle, whose power enlisted the service of spirits not human, I had mesmeric power over him. Herein is the peril of letting the masses know these things, for had I been unscrupulous, lawless, a sorcerer, I could as easily have moved Murchison to any crime. Elizabeth asked what I was doing there in the dark. Having achieved my purpose with my friend, I said to my wife, "Let me tell you certain things." I told her of the law of karma and much besides. When nearly through, I willed the gold-pointed needle to connect her mind psychically with mine. Between us, the line of light was established. I whispered then, "Look, see your past life on earth and know it. Then tell me, nor forget what you learn." She was silent for a few moments. Then her breath came as in sleep. Presently she said, "A noble, wonderful man is guiding me. I see him seemingly uncover a remote age of the world. It is the day of a mighty nation, who sail in the air in what they call Velks. A splendid city is about me. Now, I am in a vast temple. The interior of it is ornamented with real stalactites. I stand by a large cube of crystal quartz, and on this is a strange flame which burns without fuel. I see a young couple whom a grave, priestly man is uniting in marriage. Ah, it seems as if I loved the one to be wed better than I love life. I implore the one in the assemblage who seems to be a ruler of the nation to prohibit the wedding. Then the priest turns to me. Now he looks at me, and, oh, my God, his look chills me in death. I seem to rise above the scene, and yet my body still stands in a stony, petrified rigidity. Now it seems some time elapses, and I see the young man who was to be wed. I see the monarch, too, and they are both in the temple, Now the young man lifts my body of stone and lets it drop into the light on the great quartz cube, and it disappears instantly. But a foot was broken off, and this the young man hides in his mantle and carries away. It seems all this was due to some evil done by him, and by me through love of him. Elizabeth sighed, and then awoke to her surroundings. I lighted the study lamp, and she watched me curiously. Suddenly she said, "Why, husband, that young man I saw was you. Oh, I believe now in all these things you have told, but which I never believed till now I have seen this." This experience had a great effect on her, so that she looked more and more into the strange learning, and as a result redoubled her efforts to do good in the world. Thus did she observe the scripture, "Be ye doers of the word, not hearers only." For strange though this learning seemeth, it is not so to Christian esoterists, but only to mere hearers, and in a less measure to doers, on the exterior plane of Christian service. Thus had I, who led Lolix astray, led Elizabeth back into his deeper path. But first I had to travel in it somewhat myself, ere I could guide her. This occurred only a few months before her last voyage with me, the Bermuda trip. But she had learned enough to know we were both doomed on the occasion of the wreck. And when I would have placed her in the boat, she said, "Husband, Walter, I will not go into that boat, for out of the past I know that now we change. I have come to know that in esoterically doing his word, and not hearing it only, is there alone life. Now I see again into a past age, and you and I are together, and a little babe is before us, wailing to us. You take it bleeding into your arms, and me also you clasp. Then you ask God for mercy. Generously you took all the blame, yet I too, having broken the law, had to share the penalty. Then said one who was verily the Christ, although then we knew it not, "Therefore in a far day thou shalt gather a sorrowful harvest of woe, and repay all thou art indebted. When thou art come again, also she with thee, and again are ready to go into Navazaman. Thou wilt find thyself free of earth forever. My dear, dear friend, it must be that we both die now. I fear not, for we will of necessity meet again. Farewell, my love. Till then, kiss me. Is not my karma paid in full, so far as Lolix's error is? More even, possibly. And Christ, shall he not receive me now?" And I said, "Yes, dear wife, it must be. Goodbye, and God bless you, for we will truly meet again beyond the great deep river with him." And so in death I held her close. Do you longer marvel at her contented smile in the photographically true picture of the death scene executed by Pyrrhus? And I, friend? Was not the special crime of Xylem atoned for, in that I brought her to know God's law, karma, and in making my life a living sacrifice for, and at the last dying in an effort to save her to happiness and enlightenment? Was that score not requited, fulfilled, and Jesus the Christ obeyed? Sins, evil deeds, lies, thefts, adulteries, murders even, are in themselves only the shadow of lives turned to face away from God into outer darkness. They are weak places in the chain of character, unsymmetrical places in which Christ our Lord would have perfect, even as he is perfect. For in him, the perfect one, are none of these things, nor shadow of turning. He beseeches us, saying, "Be ye likewise perfect. Come unto me, all ye weary, and I will give you rest." So, in his divine love, he proposes himself to take all these to him, shadows that to us are so horribly real. Of ourselves we can do nothing. For as we undo through the lapse of ages, we also do fresh evil. Not shadows to us, but he is the light of the world. So the glooms we see while we look from his way will cease to be if we turn to his following. If we have kept all the laws from youth upwards, yet that is but doing no sin of commission. Behind is an unrequited eternity. And, brethren, friends, the time is short. Corinthians 8:29. He will take these sins, and it shall be to us as if we took a box full of shadow from a cellar and opened it out in the noontide rays of the sun. But while the sins are all by him atoned, while when the days mount to years, the one robbed or lied about, or otherwise injured, finds the Father's laws have made it all up to him. If he only also knows that Father too, still we have a work. Jesus, the great Master, took all when we aweary asked him. But we, while doing these crimes, walked in darkness. The tree of our lives could grow nothing but sickly growths, pale leaves, dwarfed buds, blighted fruits in that darkness of the soul. We may have ever seemed righteous to others, may have even cried, Lord, Lord, with our lips. But if our deeds knew him not, we were growing our life tree with fair bark, but decayed wood. So after he has taken on himself our sins, and they are ceased, yet with our faces to himwards, we see our tree of character, pale, sickly, with few leaves and no fruit, standing in God's karmic light. Will we work to make green leaves and fruit in plenty? If we follow him, yes. For he always said in language unmistakable to those having ears to hear, that only those who obeyed the Father's law, God's will, could hope to win salvation. He will remove our burdens, will mediate and atone, but we must undo the errors with the strength he gives. We must take each our cross and follow him, and he, the good shepherd, will lead us home to the immortal heights, where is no more death, nor sin, nor suffering, neither parting. In him we have, all of us, time, strength, opportunity to undo, after he has atoned and shown us the way. He is that way, and we, letting him dwell in us, make our life the path. There can be no homegoing till, in him, we become our own path. If there was another way, I would tell you, for I am come before his second coming. It is near. Beware, lest night find you idle. Say not, I knew him not, either as Xylem or as Pearson. To know him by lip service is one. To know him by life lived as he bade us is another. Having lived, now I speak. Be ye doers of the word, not hearers only. End of section 33.
Section 34 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert DiGangi-Roush. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Second, Chapter 10. After the Years, Return. Sparing details, what was the appearance of Phyrus after the flight of the years? When I left, she was a bright, beautiful maiden in the budding days of womanhood, having the divine spiritual glory which characterizes the higher race of the perfect human grade. How looks she now? Different only in the maturity of rounded womanhood, the prime which in Venus withers not with age, because there the animal is subdued, and there are no excesses, indulgences, nor any of that feverish grasping after unattainable things which stamps the children of a larger growth to dwell in the human animal plane of earth today. Pyrrhus, the dark-haired, starry-eyed girl who was yet more than a girl, was a woman divinely fair, and was again before me. Again I beheld the sweetly natural, dignified mien that reminded me of the first time I saw Molang, that air of quiet but marvelous power. Enhanced by this appearance, as is a gem by its setting, her sweet pure selfhood shone forth, that sweet spirit which in Pyrrhus was divine, yet had lost none of the human characteristics which have rendered Jesus so dear to mankind. The spirit was there, the perfect human, also, but the animal, the nature of man on earth, was reduced to its place of servitude. When I met the fair, beautiful woman, I was abashed. At that moment the tide of the years overflowed my soul and awed me. Sometimes I had known a Pyrrhus when the Hesperian astral controlled me, but far oftener of later years, the years of duty, this astral did not come, and then I knew Pyrrhus only as an ideal, and with the attributes of that ideal I tried to endue Elizabeth, and the failure was agony to me. Wonderingly, wholly delighted, I looked on Pyrrhus now, nor deemed it lack of propriety that she should kiss me and whisper, "Home again." Her eyes lighted with the peaceful joy reflected from my gaze. No passion was in me, no prompting to be sentimental. No, that was gone with earth's feverish dream. How familiar all things appeared when at last I was come home. For 6 Hesperian months I did nothing but wander in my psychic form in this Elysium, the stellar garden of the Hesperides. In the other time most of my visit was spent in the company of Soma or Molang, but now Soma was otherwise engaged. Molang, too, was occupied in the work that attracted him, that of guiding, teaching, and helping mankind en masse, as well as individually, that portion of our race yet on earth, unconscious of his agency, or of how, with others equally great, Molang was influencing the affairs of men. These men on earth went on with their doings, fondly thinking that themselves were doing all. How little humanity on earth knows that it is thus guided, yet our Father gives it to his occult children to lead their lesser brethren, just as he gave it to Jesus, one of the sons of light, higher than any other, who was an incarnation of the Christ. Perhaps human acts are not guided individually as a rule, although exceptions exist. But just as shot, running in grooves, it checked by the leaden pellets before and behind, so the acts of one man depend on the acts of others, these on others still, until finally it appears that the mass is influenced in the whole, and every individual in the mass has his or her acts unconsciously controlled by what are termed circumstances, fates, adverse or propitious, inexorable, the grooves in which they run. That is to say, humanity is ordered in its action by what may be named the universal karma. So long as men grope in the dark, ignorant of occult laws, so long must they produce this inexorable karma. It is fate self-made, running from life to life, incarnation after incarnation, unavoidable, for it is born of the infraction of the laws of the Creator. Even Molang, before he passed and triumphed at the crisis to which I was soon to come, and which he experienced a century ago, was controlled by the great universal karma. But in passing that ordeal, he passed from finite life to everlasting, and became a law unto himself. And then, free of karma, he returned to minister to those bound by circumstances. Molang was become more than a man. He had taken of the tree of knowledge, also the tree of life. Such as he utilized the elements, those human non-embodied powers of the air. They find in mankind the tendency to sin and use it, so that the erring ones mount the ladder on rungs, each of which is a conquered fault. The great religious movements, wars, and the fields of commerce all furnish experiences for mankind. Do some seem cruel evil? Yet each is a part of the scheme of the Creator. Each is a tool in the hands of his ministers, and all teach that except a man, as part of the eternal whole, works for that whole, subduing the selfish animal in himself, he can in no wise come to the Father. Except by my path, says the Saviour. If Soma and Molang could no longer be with me as companions, who then could? Phyrus. She became my tutor, my guide, and led me farther on towards the point where soon I must take the key and enter alone on the dread struggle, with only my faith in God to sustain me. One day Molang said, "Philos, come with me." I went to his special apartments. There he said, "Hitherto thou hast but an astral body, but now thou needest a physical body as a base of action, for now must thou learn of thine own self. Sleep, that I may gather material atoms about thine astral." I immediately slept, as I lay on the couch where he had bidden me recline. When I awoke, he was regarding me, and for a moment forgetful, I sat up. "Arise," said Molang. I obeyed, and found myself clothed in flesh. Thus I became a Hesperite. I was now of the same apparent age as Phyrus, and was thereby seemingly dispossessed of some 25 years. Before any lengthy period, there came to shine in me somewhat of the spirit nature, and as the same ego shone in Phyrus, so therefore we grew into similitude of each other. Because of this indwelling spirit, nature was become an open book, and occult wisdom addressed me from all sides. Soon I could leave the body at will. Other steps succeeded, and I grew with marvelous rapidity to know many of the minor things reserved by our Father for his aspiring children. With me now was abiding a voice, and as it demanded of me, I answered anew. It said, "What is heredity?" And I answered from my spirit, knowing this thing. Heredity is the sum of experience which the souls of men carry from one life through devachan into reincarnation. It is in no wise transmitted from parent to child, but its leading trait is attracted by the like trait in the parents. The lesser traits are adduced by cultivation, or else lie dormant according to environment. Again, The voice said, "It is not well. Thou who hast reaped must now sow. I am the eternal spirit in thee. Obey me. Thou art now able to stand in my presence, able to see, able to hear, able to speak. Conqueror of desire, attainer of self-knowledge, thou hast seen thy soul in its bloom, heard the voice of peace. Go thou and read my writing in the hall of learning, which is my works. Read." To stand is to have confidence. To hear is to have opened the door of thy soul. To see is to have attained perception of my works. To speak is to have gotten to the power of helping others. To have conquered desire is to have acquired control of self. To have self-knowledge is to have come unto me, whence thou art able impartially to view the personal man that was thyself. To have seen thy soul in its bloom is to have had a momentary glimpse of that transfiguration which shall eventually make three more than man. Stand aside in the coming battle, and though thou fight us, be not thou the warrior. Look for me, and let me fight in thee. Obey my orders for battle. Obey me as if I were thyself. My orders, thy desires, for I am thyself, yet infinitely more than thee. Look for me, lest in the fever of battle thou pass me. I will not know thee if thou knowest not me. If thy cry come to me, lo, I will fight in thee, and will fill the void in thee. Then shalt thou be unwearied. Without me thou shalt fall. With me thou canst not fall, for I am the Spirit. Listen now to the song of life in thy heart. Say not, it is not there. Listen deeper. This song is in every breast. It may be obscure, yet it is there. Not the most wretched outcast, but it is in him for all our children of the Father, which is I. Listen to my song, for while thou art yet but man, I shall not speak continually, and thy strength must sometimes be in memory of me. Inquire how of the earth matter, of the air, of the water, the wind, and seek the treasures of the snow. My peace I give unto thee. At last I saw, I heard, and my friend who readeth this, I speak. My words go to the multiplication by types, and then by myriad copies through the world, to be known by those that seeing see and comprehend. And with each copy shall go my love, and greater mine eye shall note each hungered seeker for the truth. And be it in the palace or cottage, there too will I be, not figuratively, but my spirit. I had gone into a lonely mountain spot to hear this voice, and now as I walked, a being, not man, joined me. Its presence was one of light and glory and goodness. With it came Molong, saying, "This is one of the beings of good. Behold, Philos, our father's house hath many mansions, and in these are beings created by him, and endowed with volition like as man, yet they are not human, never were, never ever will be. Man shall be perfect when the Spirit of the Father entereth him. Then shall he know all things, and be perfect. What is perfection? Absolute harmony with his infinite creation. Yet there may be perfect men, also perfect beings which are not men, as this one with us. This is a good being. But there is an opposite in the things of the creation. There are perfect evil beings which likewise are not, never were, nor ever will be human. What are these? They are in perfect harmony with the laws of their existence, but those laws and those conditions are absolutely opposed to ours and to good. Hence such are inimical to our life and so evil. Yet this sort seek us not, nor we them. In the scheme of creation, evil and good are evenly balanced. What disturbs harmony with us, therefore, disturbs them by disadjustment of balance. Hence they seek not our harm. But Satan? Know you him? He was an angel of light, fallen and come to so much of the greater fall in that his height was so lofty. He is a rebel and out of harmony. Life, Philos, is limited, for it is but the action of the mansion of human environment. But existence is not limited. Hence this God being with us is not life, but of existence. See, it goes. This is its symbol, and the name of its mansion, Delta. And when thy trials are thickest, draw about thee on the ground that figure, and stand in it. Go not out, but call on the Father. He will send his Delta beings to aid thee. Peace go with thee. Molong disappeared, and I was alone. Men dread most those insidious diseases which attack not openly, but the weakest and most unguarded point. So in the last final trial of the crisis, I shall be likewise insidiously attacked by the satanic hosts. Earth has tried me during many lives. Now was to come a trial greater than earth. The attacks of mere human error differ from that of the well-organized, intelligent assault, and those to whom evil has become natural, to Lucifer and his fellow rebels. Of what nature is this trial of the crisis? It is the deciding whether in the long series of incarnate lives the soul has improved its opportunities for good. If it, in the main, followed the path which Jesus pointed. If so, it has or will have strength to cope with the best efforts of the satanic foe. If not, it must fall and die the second death. His incarnate life made the soul forgiving of all wrongs, forgetful of selfish interests, helpful to those having less light, more gloom, misery, and sin to encounter a self-contained nature. Has it become like the man of sorrows, full of faith, hope, and charity? Then it hath heard the voice, and will not fail. But if the soul is not like that, then although it have the prophetic sight, and knoweth all things, though it have faith to removing mountains, yet shall it be only the more like Satan, and the worse its fate. Go into the holy place. And I, knowing obedience, went into a room built of stone apart from the house. Then was I in the presence where I had been as Zelm when priest Manin was blasted. It was the presence of the living Christ. It was man, yet more, for it was spirit, as much more than man as the sun is more than a glowworm. Then a wondrous voice said, Be not afraid, it is I. Around that holy place were forms of fire. Ink and paper can give little idea of the semblance. Yet look at the picture and try with my aid to see. The bolt blazed as a thing of flame, so also the great star and all the lesser ones. The leaf was life, and the cross the open way to the house thereof, while the ring I knew symbolized the eternal one, endless, beginningless. The book was the word, and it blazed with scintillant crimson flame. But over all a personified presence was the I, the eternal, sleepless, omnipotent, omniscient supervisor. So stood I in the presence of the Father made manifest for me. As I remained, I knew all things of his works, for the Spirit entered in, but not to abide, for as yet the trial was not come to pass. For weeks I stayed in the holy place, and came not out to eat or drink, for I was wholly sustained by the Spirit. At the day of the great peace the Spirit must enter in, and I be in it, and it be in me forevermore. But no guide could exist, no law for the trial, except my strength of the ages. Even the Spirit would be veiled in that ordeal. End of section 34. After the Years Return. Read by Robert DiGangi-Roush, Buffalo, New York, October 25th, 2022.
Section 35 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Second, Chapter 11, Text St. Matthew 4. To be or not to be, that is the question. Hamlet. That was indeed the question when I arose one morning and knew that the event of the crisis would that day decide whether or not I had eternal life, whether I was for the spirit or the second death. I arose and went forth into the wilderness of the mountains, accompanied only by a pet animal, somewhat resembling a fawn, which went with me everywhere. In a woodland mountain meadow I traced with my staff the symbol triangle, and it instantly became crimson fire, which leaped and rose and fell unbroken continuously. I was inside. The pet animal grazed on the meadow. After making the symbol triangle, the good being introduced to my knowledge by Mole Lang was with me, and it spake much to me, and I to it. It said, Lo, thy time cometh when I, Triangle, must leave thee, although I, Triangle, would do for thee, but it is so that no being can endure for another fierce trial, neither help them in its midst. Yet I, Triangle, say unto thee, I, Triangle, believe thou wilt win, for have I not known thee, lo, many ages? But now is that trial come for thee, when thy past, in all days and lives thou hast ever had, shall rise up, and thou shalt be judged thereby, whether thou shalt become perfect, and thy name be Philos, star, or whether thou shalt fail, and have again all the bitterness of life to go through during ages to come. The Father saith through the Spirit, Every idle word that men speak, they shall give an account thereof. How much more then of their actions? I listened mutely, for what record was against me? It might be evil or good, or worse, that lukewarmness which the Spirit will not entertain, but rather heat or coldness of nature. Fear not, said Avius, Triangle, for not in vain hast thou lived, neither expect a record written concerning thee. For know this, that the principles inculcated by the Christ Spirit, which overshone Buddha and all the mightiest of the earth, incarnating in each, and itself being Son of God, not they, until by union of it they become sons of God. Know that if thou hast made these principles both warp and woof of thy character, thou hast no need to fear. For this sort of fabric is strong, and was that which Jesus meant when he said, and says ever, timeless one, that he is, Lo, I am with you always, even until the end of the world. Not one individual act shall be brought forth to accuse thee, but each, all and every greatest thought, and least, and word or deed, in all thy many incarnations, these have formed thy character. Is that character, then, woven of the woof provided by Christ, and shown forth in the divine personality of Jesus, and illuminating Buddha and Zoroaster, Moses, Manu, and other Salvators? If that be the cloth, then indeed shalt thou prevail, though no one sustains thine arm. But if not that weaving, lo, shalt fail, and not even I, Triangle, could save thee, I, Triangle, go. Be thou brave, and may the Comforter be in thee. Peace. All that day I stood there, and was not weary. Night came. About the midnight hour my pet cried out in terror, and came leaping toward me. As it came, I warded it from the triangle flame, and it stood outside, trembling. But I saw nothing to alarm me, save Mole Lang approaching over the level around me. He hesitated not, but seemed about to cross the line of fire, as he could, but mindful of my perilous position, I said, Stop! If thou art Mole Lang, then come, but if only a tempting shape, woe unto thee if thou shalt cross that line. For Triangle, it shall punish thee as only an immortal can punish. He came not. Instead he ceased to appear as Mole Lang, and was another sort. This tempter said, If thou art proof against me, who seemed thy loved preceptor, that thou really knew not, then thou art conqueror over death and sin. I have no power over thee, and thou art free to enter eternal life, wherein shall no more incarnations occur. I go. This shape withdrew, but the voice in my soul whispered, Beware yet a while. I stayed on unmolested until I caught myself napping, and knowing this to be the fatigue of the flesh, I regretted that I had not met the trial in astral form. Not so, whispered the voice. All thine elements, both physical and psychic, must attend thee here. But again I dozed and quickly aroused myself, for the scene all about me was changed. The mountain meadow was gone, and in place of night seemed day. I gazed, seemingly, on a scene where all the races of men and immortals were gathered under the sweep of my prescient eye. I seemed to be taken over this realm, and a fair godlike being in appearance was my guide. Yet in caution I sheathed myself from head to foot in the triangle flame as an armour, at which my guide smiled but said nothing. He took me with the speed of thought, so that we seemed to go from star to star, now crossing vast interstellar spaces, now come on fresh realms. All these realms were inhabited by creatures of human shape, or at least they had human attributes. Before me they all bowed and worshipped, for my guide said to them, See thy master. Otherwise they were all engaged in pursuit of pleasure. The multiplex passions of man on earth were indulged without fear of penalty. My fair guide said, These are souls in whom I created certain passions and appetites, and shall I punish them for indulging without stint traits I have given? Now tell me, why should all creation not have free license to get pleasure as it may? My creatures do. There is no sort of restraint placed on me by their free pursuit of carnal things, lusts, appetites. See, they are happy. For a time I am giving thee control of them. Through indulgence of their passions they beget a sort of vital magnetism, and as their present ruler it thrills thee like new wine. As my guide said, the sight and sensing of all this license did thrill me ecstatically, and was affecting me with delirious carnal joy. I put it away and refused to feel, whereat the beautiful being said, "Oh, thou art blind! Behold, thou shalt have these realms for thine, and have absolute authority. So thy word shall be life or death to these people, if thou wilt. Here too, in this eternal joy, thou mayest bring Phyris, and lo, for ever thou shalt with her do thy will and hers, and no penalty be exacted. Wilt thou take this gift of supremacy? It is free, I ask no return for it, only take it." Oh, where was my knowledge, gained from the many lives and from the voice? Gone! Gone, else I had known at once not to accept the alluring gift. I was offered all this free, thereby violating the divine law, which never allows something for nothing. But I had gathered my triangle armour about me, lest this being, who seemed so fair and good, were not so, and if not good, its touch might be fateful. Then I said, "It must be that thou art arrayed in the livery of heaven to serve Satan better. Demon, thou offerest that which subordinates all other beings in these realms to my will. This realm is governed by pleasure, passion, appetite, lust, all selfish, and no penalty set upon wild license. These carnalities would conquer me too, if I accepted. Me, who am otherwise about to become a mortal, more than man, Carmelus. These are selfish. Pleasure so gotten is the essence of selfishness. Truly, thou must be creator of it all, since it is selfish. It is thine. It could be mine? Yea, but only because over me thou wouldst reign. I am not now thy subject, nor will I be. Only the unknown God is my master. Get thee hence, behind me." The scene slowly faded, like mist in the sunlight. There came a lull, and I hoped the battle was over, for I was weary. But I stood on the meadow again with the triangle fire leaping, quivering in crimson pulses around the lines. Nothing could break that guardian flame, for it was a symbol of the perfect state of another but non-human race. Only perfection could avail against it. Perfection of good might, so too perfection of evil might, but the latter had not yet come against it. I even doubted the existence of any perfection of evil. What offer, after all, had been made but of the things which are mine by reason of the divine sonship? God giveth his children over each other for good, and for evil also through mental influence. But what more absolute sovereignty is there than love, exercised as he hath ordained? None. While I reflected, a soft and lovely vision came, and lo, Phyris stood before me. "Art thou Phyris?" I asked. "Could any but Phyris disregard the triangle flame about thee?" she replied, penetrating the barrier and sinking by my side. This seemed truth, for a Vias triangle was perfect being of its own condition. Only perfection can stand with perfection. At last I hear her sigh softly, sadly. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Why this sorrow, Pyrrhus? Philos, thou inquirest? I replied. Because of my confession to make, I too am on trial thyself. A sad story of sin is mine. Woe is me if thou shouldst spurn me for it. She hesitated. Speak, I answered apprehensively. This, then, in a far Perseid day, when I had a personality called Anzimi, and thou hast one called Zalim, thou know'st the day? Ay, and with sorrow e'en yet. When thou hast gone in thy valix, fugitive from memory of Lolix, I sorrowed intensely, and I knew not thine abode then. When thou returned not, crazed, I went to Manin in the Incalix. He marvelled at my frenzy, then said, Lovest thou Zalim, Renu? As my own soul in Calix. I marvel thereat, but never mind, aid thee to find him? What if I love thee, I who am a vowed celibate? What if, in my ability, I say Zalim shall no more come back? Then, Philos, I begged for thee as for my own life. I implored his mercy. At last the stern lines of his face relaxed, and he kindly said, I would not keep thee apart. I was but testing thy love for him. Yet my aid must receive compensation. Not money, nor jewels, nor power, these have I in abundance. Only one thing in thy gift will I have. Listen, in other days, when I came to knowledge of nature's deeper secrets, I was curious to experiment, and I sought the aid, all confident of my power to subdue my servant, of the host of Satan, one demon. But my power I overestimated, and I was subdued, a victim. So one day, coming my soul, is forfeit to Lucifer to pay my debt and its ever-growing size. One only way can I avert this, by delivering another, although less experienced soul, in place of mine. Ere this night a maiden and her lover will seek me at the hour of worship, that I may solemnize their marriage already long published. But I shall be gone purposely. Thou wilt be here, and accept thee only those two. Now they are weak, but have never sinned. Their natures incline to error. All I ask of thee is that when they ask for me, tell thou them I am gone, but say, Thou art come to be wed? Then smile and say again, Only simple folk publish their matings. The wise are never wedded, yet are wedded in verity. Say no more. If they take that mild hint, they will sin and lose their souls. But I, the great Incalix, shall be saved. I will in any event bring thee Zalim again, for perchance thy hint will not be acted upon. Manin ceased speaking. I recoiled in horror. Yet even as I was about to refuse, he said, Remember, only thou canst save Zalim. I thought him a fiend. Then I thought it is but natural for him to wish to save his own soul, even at another's cost. And oh, I so desired the return of my Zalim, tearfully sobbing, my soul whispering the wrong of it, but my heart pleading me to be blind, for that once wrong or right, I yielded and said, Even as thou requirest, so will I do. I did so. But false to Incalix, Manin was false to me, and he brought not Zalim back. When Ray Wazlan told me of Zalim's death, I too died of shame and a broken heart. The man and woman took my hint and died after years of well-concealed, direful crime. But I, Philos, In my consent to Manin's will, I sold my soul to the arch-fiend, Manin's master. So my life is forfeit unless I can be helped. Forfeit much though I know, and hard as I have striven to do right and stone, all in vain. Yet my twin soul, thou art able to save me. If thou savest me not, then shall the eternal law cause me to die the second death. My soul will be annihilated. My spirit, which was unable to unite with my soul, shall go back to the source, our Father. And then, being a soul, but thy spirit, also my spirit, thou must also perish. Save thyself, then, as well as me. How? I queried, soul-sick to the depths, and suffering such intensity of misery as almost of itself to cut off my life. Sick because I felt Phyris, my other self, my pure angel, to be in mortal danger herself in a fatal mire, and threatened with soul death. And because she was, I was also, for our spirit was the same. How? I again queried, whispered. Thus, the man whom as Anzimi I led astray hath incarnated several times since then, each time worse and worse, until now a man on earth he is about to confront a temptation which, if he fall, will aim his course ever henceforth for evil and final death of his soul. If he yield not now, he may or may not at last escape, but the delay will put him beyond use to us, and we shall surely die, whether he does or not. Aye, we shall, if thou actest not now. If his soul is now made forfeit, we shall surely escape. So saith Manin, who is blasted and in outer darkness, yet owneth me. 'Tis an only though slender hope. O Phylos, think, think! On the one hand, eternal life, brightness, and a chance to atone for all our sins, perhaps even rescue this man at last, but on the other, death, blasting into outer darkness and eternal demonhood. In the calm night she stood before me, and besought me to act for her, her hands clasped, her eyes streaming, her agony fearful to see. Act for her whom I loved better than life, and for myself, save our lives that all might be well. How? By using my occult power to whisper to a man already sin-sodden on a distant planet, a man who might not conquer his temper, even though I withhold my influence. Do what? Influence him to sign his name as a governor of a great state to a denial of pardon to two men about to die for murder. Yet they were innocent. I knew it. The governor knew it because he had already sinned horribly in using his office, money, and power to weave a net of circumstantial evidence which would hang his two enemies for a murder committed by his own hand. He would, in an hour more, sign or not sign the fateful paper, for at last his courage was faltering. All I needed to do was to occultly encourage him. Already so sinful, was it likely he ever would turn from evil ways to good? Barely possible. But I was to psychologize him to pass this opportunity and complete his double murder, in order to save Phyris, whom I so loved, whose spirit was my spirit, whose soul's destruction meant my soul's destruction too. It was so easy to do. All crimes are easy. But while the agony of despair numbed me, a ray of hope came, and the question arose, would this act save us? Had not God said, "Thou shalt not kill"? And would not the double murder be on me as much as on the governor? Then I arose and said calmly, oh, how frightfully despairingly calm, Lo then, if we shall both die into outer darkness, yet will I never do this thing. Thou, who art more precious than mine own life, must not ask this. Saith not our Father, Whoso shall do evil, of him will be exacted the penalty of some 30, some 60, some an 100-fold? And if we, shall consign a soul to darkness, thinkest thou, O my spirit mate, we shall not the more surely go thither ourselves? Then, although these words seal thy death and mine, yet will I refuse to sin. I will not do thy will. I have not erred, so but that I can put forth my hand, and, by the aid of the Christ Spirit, cut off the progress of thy sin, and thou mayest go back to the time, place, where thy soul was ere thine error, and recarnify on earth so often as needed to expunge and atone this sinful act. And I will await thee where my soul is now progressed during the years, though they be tens of thousands, until pure, thou mayest rejoin me. I will guide thee so thou wilt sin no more during expiation. I, except that I must stay to so guide, I would go again into the life of earth with thee, but I must stay that my light be clear. All this will I do, or if vicarious atonement were a possibility in the universe, I would go for thee and let thee stay. But condemn the man on earth and ourselves with him? No, I cannot so sin. With a convulsive shudder and despair in her starry eyes that smote me so that I cried aloud to God in my agony, Pyrrhus said in a mournful wail, as of a lost soul, O Philos, think well, for it might be that thou art hedged about with that sort of righteousness that marketh the angels to weep and the fiend to smile. Pyrrhus, beloved, I have spoken, I alter not. She moved away with her hands covering her agonized face, sobbing in her intensity of despair. When she came to the triangle fire, she said, Philos, I could enter. My power is fled and cannot go out. Put it aside. I looked from where I lay, almost dying in my pain of an immortal hurt, and found that I too was too weak to lower the barrier. Then I looked within my being, and saw that no more was the light of the Spirit within me, but gone forth. And then I knew what that awful appeal of Jesus of Nazareth meant, that he too, in the fearful strain of his human trial of the crisis, had beheld the Spirit in him wane, when he cried out, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Like him, I cried out to the Father, and in that instant the light returned, and with a roll as of mighty thunder the darkness broke, and the light which had been around me fled. So I saw that the sun was high in the heavens, and I alone had been in a local gloom. The triangle flame paled, and Pyrrhus knelt before me and implored mercy. Then I knew that Pyrrhus had not been near. I knew that God the Father had entered in me to dwell forever, and that the perfection of evil had failed in its last, most subtle, horrible, and insidious attack, its last attempt to open the door to downwardness for me. My strength out of all the lives had withstood, and, all fainting, I was come unto Christ. All the weary way of woe I had journeyed, atoning as I came, and now my karma I had blotted out, and in me was life everlasting. Gloria in excelsis, Laus Deo. The song I heard was the song of the starry hosts of God. Then the voice spoke. Thy trial is over, I am well pleased. It is written in sacred scripture, ye must be born again of water and of the Spirit. Even so hast thou been born now, of water which is the world of matter, and of the Spirit which is I entered in. But the death of the carnal body and rebirth in the new is but night after day and day after night. To these successive days and nights of the soul that Scripture refers not. Thou hast been born in the earth many times, and each time thy carnal body hath died. But the rebirth was not that rebirth of the waters and of me. Those incarnations did but prepare thee out of the waters of materiality for me. But now thou art born of that and of me, and become a son of light, and at one with the All-Father, and like unto the Nazarene. Carry thou my word unto all men, that all may come likewise unto me who will, even as thou, following the first man who came unto me, have thyself also come. Now when I saw Phyris come, I knew that it was she in verity. She, too, had had her trial, and equal temptations had been offered her, and been withstood 90 centuries of years before, however. How say ye? I thought twin souls must fight the final fight together, and now ye say 9,000 years were between? Behold, friend, time is but measure of energy exerted. We wrought the same work, so were together. Is Paul more saved than the latest regenerated soul? Yet Paul knew Jesus Christ near 2,000 years earlier. It had seemed to us both that the great crisis had occupied centuries. Unto us, as we stood clasping each other, came a glorious vision, and the voice spoke, saying, Behold, look back over the mighty past. When thou hast so done, look on earth, and see how there to effect the work of giving the people of earth thy life history. That shall take but a moment for thee, but that moment shall seem years to thine agents on earth. Then again look, I am thy voice and thy spirit. Thy souls shall unite. Behold, thou shalt presently hereafter have no more two bodies, but one only, and it thy spirit body. Mine, for without me thou art nothing. Peace is thine forevermore. Friend, thou mayest have trouble in understanding this strange union. Yet ponder it deeply, for it is to be thy experience some day, if thou art true to thy Saviour, and follow him, drinking of the cup which he drank, and triumphing at the critical ordeal. End of Book 2, Chapter 11.
Section 36 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the 3rd, Chapter 1. Ye shall reap as ye have sown. The Perception. Suppose the struggle had proven me wanting, and the verdict had been, Mene tekel upharsin. Then my fate, would have been that of mining of Keifel. To me, who know the dread meaning of this fate, it is more utterly frightful to contemplate than it can be to thee. It means being a brother to devils, and subjection to Satan, who could so cunningly, awfully tempt as we were tempted, and when successful make a servant of the victim, ever to pile up fresh karma. And such karma as Satan's service makes is worse in a moment than the wickedest man could pile up in a long lifetime. It means such servitude until when? Forever? Until the end of material things. Then, when the heavens are rolled as a scroll and melt in fervent heat, Satan, Lucifer, shall with his minions be cast into that lake of fire which is the second death, which meaneth that the force, the energy of the rebels, that which has made them distinct, potent souls through all the past, shall become depersonalized and disindividualized, cast into the sum of the fire of elements, which form the forces of nature, the winds, odic and magnetic and electric forces. But annihilation there is not, death there is not, though there be such a change as constitutes the destruction of the union between soul and spirit, the return of the first to the great impersonal vis natura, the return of the other to him who created life. Then, after millions of years, the Father will gather the fervid elements into nebulae, star plasm, worlds, suns, systems, and a new heaven and a new earth shall come forth. Then will the depersonalized rebel host begin to reincarnate in protoplasmic life, and thence evolutionize up, 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 along the myriad incarnations, until after an eternity of matter, they come once more to human conditions, to another crisis, to win or fail, and either, like Sisyphus, run again the weary course, or else inherit hard-won entrance to unconditional being. There is not, nor can be, any death of the spirit, but of the individuality only. Study this well, my friend, for such is the fate of evildoers who sell to Satan, because such is Satan's portion. Our Father hath provided a way. It is the sharp knife-edge path, whereon all things so evenly balance that there is turning neither to the right nor left, but steady, even pursuit of the path, wherein all who travel that way contain themselves in all things, in eating and drinking, in sleeping, and all those things which cause the cares of this world. Those who shall be accounted worthy, without further incarnation, to obtain the resurrection from the body of materiality, neither marry nor are given in marriage, but must receive the kingdom of God even as if still little children. Yet whoso doeth not so, it shall not be eternally counted against them, but only till another incarnation. It must be that the things of sensation which are an offense unto the spirit occur, but karmic woe will attend the offender until he finds the path and travels therein. Hear, if hearing and understanding be in thee, for these are the words of the Master. End of section 36. Read by Ron Altman. Section 37 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Third, Chapter 2. Job 38, verse 7. Contemplating the victory in us of the Father, we chanted a song in answer to that of the sons of God who were our fellows. Perfect at last, in rapport with all the law fulfilled, karma-less, immortal, beside Jesus, no more need to incarnate. Life was ended, but being just commenced. Paradoxical? In all the eons of time we had life, but being, which hath no beginning, neither end, and is not under the dominion of time, every ego hath ever from the Father. But life hath beginning, so also it must have end. It hath end. If its conditions are strong enough to enchain for aye, then the soul is diverted from its ego to the tracks of life, and is then heritor of death. Only if a soul forfeit not to life its hold on being, on its ego, shall it not die. Sin is the error of turning from being unto life, whereof the shadow is death. The soul that sinneth and turneth not away from finite life and the conditions thereof, it shall die. Down all the realms of light echoed the paeans of praise, as when the morning stars sang together, and the sons of God shouted for joy. End of section 37. Read by Ron Altman. Section 38 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Third, Chapter 3. Fair forms and hoary seers of ages past, all in one mighty sepulchre. For a little while yet, Ferris and I were not wholly one entity, but we were come to retrospection. With arms clasping each other, we walked slowly onward, till by the banks of the babbling brook we seated ourselves. Then I said, "My twin, let us scan the past. Let us draw aside the curtain of bygone ages, and see the record of the book of life, mirror of all events, sights, sounds, shapes, all things. We can do this because we are karmaless, deathless, and are at one with the Father of being, seeing, knowing as He knows, because He is in us. We pondered the scenes of our Atlantean lives, and I saw ill-fated sweet Princess Lolix, to whom I had been her ideal. Where had her sad soul gone when Meionin petrified its clay? In the imperishable record we saw where her lifeline crossed ours. In her Poseid division she had found her dream of life seem realized. Reborn into activity, again her lifeline crossed mine. Her heritage pursued her, and she conquered it. For Lolix's individuality was Elizabeth's, my wife. Her crime in Poseid was expiated, and so too was mine. Karma was fulfilled there. Man's course upward to God is so blind, so untaught, instinctively like the sunward-turning vine. I had so confidently, in the Sagum, taken a step irrevocable, except for Mendocus, and then had fallen again into blind darkness, despair, but instinctively true to law and to Elizabeth, the object of my efforts, so upward till at last I had gained the immortal heights. So had my alter ego, Ferris. Down below were the deserts of life, and fair-appearing fruits, apples of Sodom. These ashes are good, for they cause the soul to essay the heights. Poseid and all the lives had meted us a large share of gall fruit, but our errors required it, and karma is a sure paymaster. Sin begot karma, and karma had exacted pay. Thus had I, for I am not relating Ferris's history, given up hopes, happiness, as one gives his open veins in the Sahara to quench the thirst of his friend. By this abdication I had lost my life and found it again. Karma, as the long record showed, was not always requiring pay. For every good act I had ever done, I saw that I had been fully paid in kind, my every jot. These were providences and benefices of life. There is no accident in life. Allow that a man may die by accident, and no man could be sure whether the ensuing night might not find the earth dropping into, or else away from, the sun, or seeing the sun set, could feel sure it would rise again. All things, small or great, are ordered, not always from any pre-existent incarnation, sometimes from one's last year's or yesterday's action the fruit springs. In short, we saw that the lesson of life was, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap, cause and effect. There are those who will make cavilling argument, contend that accident does exist, and all is not order. I argue not, for they that have ears to hear will understand. One cannot see over a mountain range, save he stand on a taller peak. To the greater vision, accident is but an arc of design, and disorder is but an arc of order. End of section 38. Read by Ron Altman. Section 39 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the 3rd, Chapter 4. The Fall of Atlantis. Again we looked over Atlantis, and saw many things else. The VIII time possessed a peculiar interest. I saw that dim, distant past, a past old in the earth and ancient, when earth was yet a babe in the cradle of time. Atl, chiefest of the prehistoric races, numbering at home in Poseid and abroad in the colonies almost 300 millions of souls. Atl, known through the olden earth as Atlan, queen of the seas, and her people as children of Inkal, that is, of the sun, and as the sons of God. How are the mighty fallen! For now I behold her ancient site as part of the bed of the restless sea, covered with ocean ooze and slime, and to be known as the haunt of man only through the clear vision of the perfected eyes which scan astral records. Again the scene was presented so that we saw it as the eyes of my poor, weak, and pitifully mortal personality of VIII had seen it. There was stately Kaeful, the royal, and there far away, and not so stately, Marzeus, its towers and turrets and chimney stacks and lofty buildings marking where had stood the greatest of Atlan manufacturing centers, where the machine shops and the mills had been, which supplied Poseid with Veilks and names and all sorts of machines and instruments, with the products of the looms, the cereals, and endless articles of use and of art. Over 1 million artisans there by day, but by night scarce 50,000, all gone by car or Veilks to their homes, anywhere from 50 to 100 miles away, a few minutes' ride. And all this to perish because of man's iniquity, a few short hundreds of years later. Here and there I caught glimpses of canals, distributing either natural rivers or streams, or the product of aqua-aerial generators, such as VIII had a small model of in his last days in Umaur. We saw the world as VIII saw it, Suern with its millions of people, Necrapan with its 90-odd millions, Europe, then a barbarian land, only about 1/6 its present area, and Asia, not so large in extent then as now, but containing over 500,000 of souls. But the sparkling, brilliant civilization, which was more than peer of even proud today, that was glorious Atl. 1,100 millions of people, civilized or but semi-civilized, and as many more scattered over the continent and islands of the seas, who were utter barbarians. Such was the world of VIII generally viewed. the numbers of the human race, and especially their increase during several generations, has appalled the pessimists. But the greatest of pessimists, Malthus, need have felt no alarm had he but known, because, quote, "The world goes up and the world goes down, and the sunshine follows the rain," unquote. There are a varying number of people always in the world, now more, now less. For as a soul comes to earth, having been in Devachan, a soul passes from earth into Devachan. But now two come while one goes, or two go while one comes, relatively. Wherefore the world is apparently encroaching upon the sources of supply, or again, the supply of all things exceeds demand. But only a fixed number of human rays went forth from the Father, and only so many have life, or ever will have. But these come and go as the tides ebb and flow, now on earth, now in heaven. Malthusians need not fear. Zalem had been my personality. 30 centuries later, approximately, we saw again this land. But how changed! Now had Ceaphul lost something. Not the tangible matter visible to earthly men. No, this was not gone. But the men we saw were not the high, lofty, noble-souled men known to Zalem and to Anzimi. And when manhood suffers decadence, degradation, all nature with which he has to do also sensibly alters for the worse. Marzus, the city of manufacturing arts, was no more. It had gone down before corruption. Art had not suffered so much as had science. But the science which drew upon the mysterious forces of nature, the navas, this had so far disappeared that airships were forgotten, or at most were semi-mythical history. So were many other instruments which Zalem had known. The Naima, those wonderful wireless combined telephonic and photographic image transmitters, and the vocalographs, the calorivant instruments, and the water generators, all were lost in the night of time. But the men of the 20th century shall find them all again. 28 decades of centuries hath day now here continued, and soon it shall be proclaimed. The evening and the morning are the 7th day. Ye who hear all my message are the men and the women of this new day, and shall inherit all things from our Father forever. And the full eventide of that day which cometh shall behold you caught up into the heavens, to escape the end of all things, when the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. But I should deal with the past, not with the future. The seeds of corruption sown in the hearts of men by the evil one, master over Mayanin, germinated and throve, and then began, some centuries after the time of Guaxian and Zalem, a long, steadily downward course, which weakened the self-respect, manhood, and womanhood of Poseid, a loss revealed in countless ways, culminating in national depravity and ruin. It was upon one of these phases of ruin that we next gazed. We saw a woman upon whose face rested a light almost divine in the power of its transfiguring beauty. Her slight figure seemed not so much of earth as of heaven. The loose robe of gray which she wore fluttered in the breeze. The long tresses of brown hair, unrestrained, swept back from the glorious face, on which sat pity and despair, yet mingled with a wonderful radiance of appealing, entreating, agonized hope that some might hear and turn away from the course they were following. Her appeal assumed that most perilous form for the champion, which an appeal can assume, that of sharp denunciation. She denounced the hideous system of blood sacrifice in religion as being in diametrical opposition to right, to God, to man, and as responsible for the corruption of the people. At this the priests among the crowd uttered hoarse cries of rage, in a voice the astral record of which rings yet and forever for those who have ears to hear such psychic tones. She cried from her high place on the pedestal of the monument, 20 feet from the ground and the upturned faces below. O ye, think ye that Incal will accept the blood of innocent animals for your crimes? Whoso saith this doth lie. Incal, God, will never take blood of anything, nor symbol of any sort, which placeth an innocent in a guilty one's stead. And the Inkalithlan, and the holy seat, and the Maxin light are dishonored whenever a priest layeth an animal on the Teo stone, and striketh a knife to its heart, tears it out, and tosses it as sacrifice into the unfed light. Yea, the unfed light doth truly destroy it instantly. But think ye, because of this, that merciful Incal is pleased? O ye brood of vipers, ye priests that are charlatans and sorcerers! And angry Incali stooped as she uttered this, and picked up a jagged bit of stoneware. In front of him was a litter borne by sad-visaged slaves. On this, reclining amidst soft silken cushions, was a woman of languorous beauty, the very impersonation of shameless abandon. In the warm tropical atmosphere she lay, innocent of any covering, except that the heavy waves of the hair of her beautiful, if wicked, head partially concealed her nakedness. The shameless sight did not attract notice because of its shamelessness. The only attention bestowed by the dense and wrathful crowd around her was that of sensual admiration from one or another. Such sights were all too common in these last days of Attal. Seeing the priest pick up the sherd, this woman said, "What wouldst thou with it?" "Naught," answered the priest. "Naught, forsooth. I know thou wouldst throw it at yon blasphemer if thou hadst courage." "Courage I lack not," was the sullen reply. A voice in the surging crowd now called out that the blasphemer of religion ought to be sacrificed on the Teo stone, and her heart given to the Maxine. "Listen to that. The people and the Yenkali would be with thee," said the wanton. "Throw the piece, and see if perchance thou mightest not reach the game." The ecclesiastic raised his hand back and poised the missile, while the crowd nearest him gazed with eager eyes. Then the cruel bit of pottery hurtled through the air towards the fair speaker overhead. Her temple was presented, and the missile she might have avoided had she noted its coming, struck full on the dainty mark. With a cry of pain, she threw up her hands, reeled, and then fell outwards, downwards, the 20 feet to the hard pavement below. The crowd, which had hushed an instant, now uttered fierce growls, and those nearest ran to the victim of the coward priest. Several of the sacerdotal caste picked the poor body up, and carrying it by the feet, arms, and hair, quite as if the assault had been preconcerted, instead of being the work of one miserable fiend, started off to the Incalithlan, whose vast pyramid loomed not far away. "See," said Ferris, "the first human sacrifice in Kaifel." Me, even me, they slew for trying to stem the tide of depravity and ecclesiastical criminality. I repeated to them the prophecy of the Maxin, and they heeded not, but slew me. For that woman was my personality, when I reincarnated 3,000 years after thou, as Zaeln did leave me, as Anzemi. With a strange ecstasy of crime, the priests, scarce an instant pausing, placed the still unconscious victim on the Teo. Then the chief priest, still called the Incalix, stepped from the holy seat, as it once had truly been. By the side of the victim he stopped, and profaned not God but man, by a prayer to God. For no man can injure God except through injuring man. Then he threw open the grey robe and bared the white breast. Swiftly he raised aloft the keen-edged knife, then smote. A shudder shook the reviving victim, who was about recovering consciousness. The murderer then tore out the quivering heart and cast it into the unfed light, where it disappeared and made no sign. Then the flesh was divided piecemeal amongst the murderous crowd, together with the blood-stained garments. But the most of the blood had run into a depression in the Teo, made for sacrificial blood. To this the priests added liquor, and in maddened frenzy quaffed the mixture from golden goblets. The scene was sickening, and I felt my very being revolt. And that poor murdered woman, a virgin, who had given her life to rescue her nation from sin, that was she who had long centuries before been Anzemi, and now was Ferris, part of myself, and I part of her being, for our spirit was one reunited. I could forgive the crime I looked back upon, for the criminals knew not what they did, and they have suffered for it, and yet shall suffer, for it is their karma. When death, the conqueror of all mortals, garnered his harvest in Atl, these souls, which had sown sin and grown tares, were reaped by the great reaper, and the tares were sown with the good wheat when next those souls reincarnated. And they have had to glean and uproot as they could, and so must continue to tear up the evil weeds till every one be uprooted. Then will they have atoned unto God. There is time enough, lives enough, but, oh, friends, none to waste. After this human sacrifice, the thirst for blood which the people manifested became unappeasable. They demanded the life of the priest who struck down the woman, for they were not yet accustomed to the rites the Inceli had so newly arrogated, those of human sacrifice. They claimed that he had really murdered the woman, that they were unprepared to go so far, that, therefore, he who threw the missile must die. The tumult became so violent, and insurrection seemed so imminent, that the wretched priest was dragged out and offered by his fellows as the woman had been. But now came the denouement. When the high priest turned to cast the heart of the last victim into the maxin, he staggered as if struck. His hand fell by his side, the heart dropped on the pavement, and the stricken man fell forward unconscious. The tall taper of the unfed light was gone. The maxin book was gone. In its place stood a human form, that of a son of the solitude. In his left hand was a sword, in his right a pen. Behold, the day of destruction is at hand, which was foretold ages ago. Atlan shall soon be no more beheld by the sun in his whole course, for the sea shall swallow you all. Attend ye. Then the dread apparition vanished. But the unfed light came not again. The people fled, shrieking, leaving the priest who had fainted lying on the floor. It was as well, for when venturesome ones came into the Incalethlon many days later, he still lay as he fell, for he was dead. In his greater knowledge, for wicked as he was, he yet was chief, he knew, sorcerer that he was, that there really was a power of right which was destined to bring the corruption of Poseid low, and uproot the hideous mockery of sin enslaving the nation. And in his knowledge, his soul had gone forth from his body in desperate fear to return no more. But the stupid sensualism of the masses, finding that after a few years nothing terrible occurred, gradually lapsed till worse than before, for human sacrifices became common. Lust, gluttony, and drunkenness ran riot, and the moral night's deep darkness closed in yet more blackly. One man and his family, who lived apart, partook not of the general wickedness. True, he and his mate, like the ordinary people about him, were not married, save as the higher animals monogamize, nor were his sons and their wives any better, but blood sacrifice he nor they would do. And when the monarch proclaimed that all must worship according to the new standard, and sacrifice babes and women, these men, giants in stature and far superior, any one of them, to a dozen of the corrupt slaves of the Rei, refused to obey the mandate. Fruits and treasure they offered, but not blood. In his seclusion, the father, Neph, had a revelation. It came from the sons of the solitude, who were nowise altered from the ancient high standard, but Neph thought it direct from God. The revelation was but a repetition of the prophecy of doom, but the knowledge of that prophecy, having been centuries neglected, bore to Neph all the force of a new revelation. So he came to know of the coming destruction of Attal, he and his sons, and they considered how to escape. Veilks were unknown. Neph and his sons were unskilled builders, but they received instructions from the befriending sons of the solitude, who came to them in astral shape. And so these better men of Atlantis began to build a great vessel. It was clumsy but secure, and had room to receive several of all kinds of useful animals found in Atl, and to simple ignorant Nepth these constituted every animal on earth, for he knew nothing of other lands across seas, scarce knew of the provinces in Incalia or Umaur, for in these last days communication was not closely kept up. His neighbors and friends jeered and reviled him as a blasphemer, and he and his sons as men crazed. But the years lapsed, and the great ark of refuge grew, until one day it was complete. Then Nepth and his sons provided it with ample stores, and they took the animals from the pens wherein they had placed them, as they captured them in years past. Indeed, most of these animals had been born in captivity and were tame. So long had Nepth carried on all works together, not knowing just when the dread prophecy was to be fulfilled. The final preparations were none too soon completed. Only a few days elapsed ere the earth shook and trembled in a frightful manner. Rivers left their beds, or sank through vast crevices in the earth. Mountains shook till they were left as hills, and bowed their tall heads to the plain. A crevice opened close by the vessel of refuge, and the river, which 1/2 mile wide had flowed past to the ocean 50 miles away, now poured with a mighty roar into the opening. For 3 days this awful turmoil continued. A man came beseeching for admittance, but Nepth said, "Nay, thou wouldst never believe in other days. I told thee then this land should sink under the seas, and thou didst revile me. Now go thy way, and tell all thou dost meet that Nepth spake truly." 3 days of horror and 3 nights. Death stalked through the land, for the mountains fell on the plains and floods swept unrestrained. But the worst was to come. On the morning of the 4th day, it seemed as if the rains of heaven would drown all, yet the thundering and turmoil was not lessened. The gates of heaven and of the great deep were yet to be broken, and the continent, yea, much also of the world, to be drowned. The people not yet destroyed were myriad, and were gathered in the high places. Suddenly it seemed as if the foundations of the world were withdrawn, for by one frightful universal motion the lands left unflooded began to sink. With never a pause to the hideous, sickening sensation, all things sank, down, 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 1, 2, a dozen feet. Then a period of rest. The rains which came in sheets instead of drops, the wild blasts of furious wind, the sinking motion, all ceased, while men might count a score, 1 score, 2, 3, yet no resumption. The wretched people, hidden in such poor shelter as they could find and dared avail themselves of, began to breathe easier. Perhaps the fearful ruin was at last stayed. But no, a slight tremble, scarcely noticeable after the mad 3 days, and then with one swift leap down to death, the great continent of Atlantis sank as a stone sinks in water. Not a paltry dozen feet, nor even 100, but almost a mile it sunk at one horrible bound. Nepth, in the middle of the third day, his vessel of refuge, had floated to the ocean on an outgoing rush of the floods, and there the winds had carried him until, when Attal sped down to death, he and his storm-beaten ark were a couple of 100 miles away. A very few other people had been similarly forced seawards, and these, after weary weeks, at last came around the southern promontory of Africa, and drifted northeasterly to land on the west coast of Umaur. Here, too, the destruction had left but a few miserable survivors. But the few hundreds thus left founded the race which, repopulating that land, was found by Pizarro after many centuries upon centuries had elapsed. And a few thus became many. They would not permit blood sacrifice, but yet, like Nepth, offered fruits to Incal, and retained the name, slightly modified, so as to be Inca, a name bestowed upon their rulers. A few survivors landed further north, and repopulated the land conquered by Cortez, the Spaniard, a few short centuries ago. But these heeded not the lesson, for no sooner were they landed on the desolated shores than they slew a woman as a thanksgiving for their escape. But Nepth, for many days his vessel drifted over the silent seas, with only the ceaseless roar of rain upon the roof to break the stillness. At last the vessel grounded. He knew not where he was, for he was an ignorant man, but the aspect of things was changed wholly, when at last he descended, and let loose his living freight, though he knew it not, he was in Asia. This land had not suffered as other lands, but yet floods had covered all the western part of Asia. The eastern portions, and what there was of Europe and America, had not remained inundated after the quick subsidence of the enormous tidal wave, which 1,300 feet in height swept outward from Atlantis' site upon the recoil of the engulfing ocean. Thus closed the scene for us. The great deluge was over. Then Ferris and I turned to other phases of the mysterious past. These, though not less interesting, may not enter these pages. Ray Gwaxin was come to be Mendicus, while Ray Ernan of Suern was with us now, Mol Lang. Soma was that son of the solitude, whom I took on my Velks when I was Zeilm away from Suern. So we saw the interweaving of the lifelines. Then we saw the course of the lost soul, Meanin, from remote ages when Atlantis was not known in the earth, a sin-laden man then, until we found him serving Satan, an outcast from human ranks, blasted thence by that Son of God, first fruit of them that had reincarnated, slept. Looking, we saw that early Rhea of Poseid, him of the Maxin stone, and the unfed light, the lawgiver. We knew him for the Christ, illumining man then, and later as Buddha, and again overshining that greater than Buddha, the Nazarene. Before Abraham was, I am. Whosoever the Christ Spirit entereth into, and abideth in, becometh a son of God, and equal with Gautama. But into no one will it enter who doth not travel the path. That mighty one blasted Meanin, Yet we saw that because Mayanin had crossed our life then, I was thereby made the instrument of mercy to him by Christ, and that occasion was yet to come. Back of the time of Zelm, we gazed upon a scene on the great continent of Lemuria, or Lemoris. We saw a great house built of stone, standing on a grassy sward, a plain, over which roamed herds of cattle and queer little horses, having 3 toes to each foot and high shoulders. Far to the east was a blue mountain range, beyond that a great ocean. But between the manse and mountains flashed a silvery lake. Within the house were many people, servitors all to 2 people, a woman and her son. Gloom overspread all faces, the gloom of blood. To a chief among subordinates the son gave orders. This slave, grim, ferocious, a very incarnation of cruelty, attracted my notice. His brown skin was swarthy, his hands talon-like. Only a breechcloth apparelled him. Receiving his orders, he disappeared, but soon came again, pushing 2 manacled people, plainly of a different race from any there. One was a youth, lithe, erect, rather haughty of mien, his hair brown, his features symmetrical. That individuality of 23,000 years ago is now Soma. The other captive was a fair girl, sister to the youth it seemed. Her beauty was delicate but voluptuous, the fierce, cruel eyes gleaming like live coals from under the shaggy brows of the master of the house, lighted with admiration as he saw the girl. His heavy-set figure, his coarse jaw, thick neck, and round shaven head, all fitted him to be master of the brutish crowd around him. This man extended his hand as if to touch the captive maiden. She shrank away and drew her figure erect in a queenly scorn. "Ha! Unyielding as ever," quoth the master, "we shall see." He nodded to the chief slave, who threw the captive boy on a sort of altar beside him. He bound him, but the victim said firmly, "Sister, yield not, die first." Her eyes shone with an awful light of horror. "Stop his voice!" exclaimed the master, and the slave, nothing loath, cut out the poor boy's tongue. "Beast!" hissed the girl to the master. "Ha!" he replied, "I will prove that true." And he struck the bared breast of the tongueless lad with his own dagger, and tearing out the heart, threw it at the sister's feet. A goblet of the blood was caught, and the master's mother, a priestess, who stood by the block, took it and gazed into it. Then she said, "The gods say that the girl also must die." "Say they so? By all the powers I will not obey," shouted the master, "not though my troops of war fail and the king fails." "My son," said the priestess, "thou mayest not avoid this sacrifice and live, say the gods." "No? Then the gods be served. Give me that knife." He felt its keen edge, and then asked, without taking his eyes from the weapon, "Say the gods yet so?" "Even yet," said the priestess. "Bind the maid." and his orders were obeyed, though the girl had fainted. The executioner laid his ear to her breast. A faint smile relaxed his features, and he said in his soul, "She is dead." He laid his hand on her breast, stood erect, and said, "Accept, ye gods, this sacrifice." An instant the knife glittered overhead, the next he had buried it in his own heart. So had the heart that knew no mercy yielded to love. The stern warrior was dead. The gods must have blood, he thought, but he gave his own. What personality was he, was the girl, dead from horror? Myself and Ferris. End of section 39. Chapter 4. Read by Ron Altman. Section 40 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Book the Third, Chapter 5. Man's Inhumanity to Man. Again the dead past revealed another scene. I saw myself in the person of an ill-fed, ill-treated slave, ever hungry, wretched, too much so to feel resentment. I died hungry, and then had a divichan of seeming realization of my wants. Then again rebirth, and through a karma not here to be explained, the new man had ease, wealth, plenty. But a physical karma pursued, and he was ever hungry in the midst of plenitude, and lazy when action was necessary. This state begot disease, and the product of, in his previous life, man's inhumanity to man, was afflicted with cancer of the stomach. This killed the ferocious appetite, and the sybarite, free of this, set to work to cure himself. Finding he must fail, he sought comfort in religion, and went forth to the wilderness to become a religious hermit. Now a hermit's life is one of uselessness to mankind. In that lone state, my individuality lost opportunities to cultivate moral strength by worldly contact, and behold me after death come again to life as Sown, weak enough to sin with Lolix, and beget then a karma that lasted, with newly got vigor, till only a few years ago, punishing me more bitterly than death, as thou knowest. If Sown had sorrow, thou knowest he had also joy. So every life karma is made up of sunshine and shadow. A tooth for a tooth? Yea, but also a kiss for a kiss. End of section 40. Read by Ron Altman. Section 41 of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver. Chapter 6. Why Atlantis Perished. Looking along the line of life's yesterdays, the reason became apparent why all the wondrous attainments of Poseid had ceased and left no sign, why Atla, which metaphorically held aloft the world into the light of science, had sunk beneath the waters and gone down into deep, mysterious caverns, to be hidden in an ignorance greater than that which shadowed Pompeii and Herculaneum from subsequent centuries. Natural decadence tells the story. As the centuries succeeding the time of the great Quaxin lapsed, 10, 15, 20, and more, the nation came to a greater glory of mechanics, of science, and of physical condition than even Guaxin's time had known. One by one the scholars found that those things which had always been possible only through mechanical contrivance were more easily accomplished by purely psychic means. They learned it was possible to divest themselves of the flesh, and in astral body go whither they would and appear instant as the electric current at any distance. They learned that they could perform material actions when they had thus projected themselves. Then it was that the cruder methods, Vilks and Naim, and all else similar, were suffered to lapse into that semi-forgetfulness of the Suerni, and exactly as they, so the mass of Poseidon depended on the priesthood for all these things. For only the few exalted minds could thus reach out into the deeper night side of nature. The many must remain in the lesser places. Inevitably, then, came corruption of power. The few were masters, and the many had no recourse, because the master of psychics is invulnerable to the laws of physicality when wielded by men less than he. Then, indeed, was the day come when ripeness was on the land and on the people. The ripe pear cannot keep perfect, but at the heart begins a decay that spreads from core to cortex, and lo, the end. So in Poseid, at the core began the outward spreading rot. That core was the education of the people. Whenever earth's nations shall cease to educate the coming generation, decay shall begin for the people. In Poseid, the few had attained such exalted knowledge of natural forces that the many could not hope to overtake them. Then, discontented with the comparatively poor education themselves had, they suffered all its marvels to wane. Thus, ere 30 centuries after Guaxin, the Poseid race was as Suern, but more corrupt, and lust, appetite, passion, and power had laid fatal grasp on the proudest people the earth has ever known. How little dost thou realize, when thou readest in Hebrew scriptures of the destruction of the cities of the plain, it is the account of the doom of Marzus and Terna, destroyed by the Navas forces they had forgotten how to control. That destruction heralded that of the continent 9 centuries later. Aye, Poseid arose to an altitude which the wildest dreams of science have not predicted for the modern world, arose, flourished, and decayed in the fullness of cyclic times. And America is Poseid come again, reincarnated, and shall see its scientific people repeat, but on a higher plane, the attainments of Attla. As the centuries pass, it shall see the successive enfleshment of those souls which in Attla made that land proud, prouder, proudest. But it shall do more, for America hath developed that soul element which, when her people were Poseidon, was first faintly traced. So, though repeating, it shall do more. It shall have all Atla's marvels wedded to the glorious soul foreseen for mankind by him of Nazareth. It shall flourish so, and then in the fullness of its time decay. But that shall not be for 4.5 centurial decades. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Transfiguration. I might give many more life scenes. Let these suffice. Turn now to our present. The reunion of the semi-egoi is one in which, after the mighty ordeal of the great crisis, the souls of the feminine and masculine elements become on the same plane. Both are perfect. This is the marriage made in heaven. Become so that each thinks, wills, and expresses itself the same in all ways simultaneously. The two alter egoi are then one, having a feminine, negative, and a masculine positive aspect. Then these two potentials unite and receive the spirit, or I am, which was always undivided, and which illumined each soul of its pair equally. So is this last union. Thus Pheris is me, living, being, immanent, and speaks this message with me, is I, and yet mysterious truth, is herself. Likewise, I am her, and yet again myself. I speak, and it is she. She speaks, and it is I. For we are one being, one spirit, androgyny, perfect, yet not perfect as our Father is, for he is perfect as conditionless being. But our perfection is that of a part, because we are all of God, but not he of any of us. Indeed, were this not true, then our attainment of perfection, Jesus' attainment of it, or any child of the Father, would find in its realization annihilation. But only the soul that sins is cast into the second death, fated to the Sisyphic round till it does succeed. Perfection may be conditionless in all respects, save that it is not that of the whole. And because we each are parts, therefore are we forever attracted to the Father, who is sum of all parts, and this attraction is to onward being. And we are ever attracted to the other parts, both those which are pure and those which are less. It is because the part is forever drawn to the sum that there is no death, save in defying and abandoning all hold on the whole. Perfection of a part but draws it nearer to the whole, and perfection of the whole compels it to depend on each of its parts. There may be change, there is no death. And there may be extinction of personality. the erring soul may perish, and itself and deeds be annihilated, but the Spirit from the Father dieth not. If for thy soul thou wouldst have eternal life, if thou wouldst not see thy soul, that product of untold ages of time, lost in the second death, and thyself, O Spirit, child of our Father, doomed to recreate another soul to lay as acceptable offering before our Lord, then subdue it, subdue thy soul, at one it to God through Jesus Christ our Lord, by recognizing that it is His, given Him by God, made by thee to serve the Creator. If thou make thy soul serve thee in His service, thou hast it eternally. But if thou serve it, thou shalt lose it, and have to make another during coming eons. Wilt thou follow the path, even as I have pointed out to thee that it leadeth to the kingdom? Be sure of thyself, ere thou dost embrace occult learning, lest it prove a veritable bridge of Mirza, full of fatal pitfalls for thy feet. Better shun the secret wisdom than fail, for strait is the gate, and narrow is the way that leadeth unto being, and few there be that find it. Knowest thou me? A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, but a corrupt tree. Wilt thou hew me down and cast me into the fire, who testifieth concerning the Spirit? Quote, Not every one that saith, Lord, Lord, shall enter into heaven, unquote, but he that doeth the will of my Father in heaven. The time is brief. I have spoken. Peace be with thee. The End. Note by the author. Friends, 13 years have become past time since the words of this book were dictated. Purposely hath publication been delayed unto the end that statements then made might acquire weight through the coming to pass of many of the predictions to be found within these covers, predictions which at that time were wholly unverified, and were, moreover, regarded by science as chimerical. Prophecy would be impossible in a godless universe, and were it not that vibration is the law of laws, no mind could come into unison with the Creator or any of His ministers. Each living being is minister to the creature immediately inferior. Today witnesseth the faith of those who have believed in my words, swallowed up in knowledge. The predictions have numerously been realized. All will be. So it is that today, in the middle of the final year of the century, I add the mighty Capstone. The division of the way hath come, the midnight hour of the cycle, which, more than any other, formed life's great divide, hath struck. When first I dictated for this book, there lacked, as it were, yet a few seconds to the closing of the 6th day. But now for some seconds hath been fulfilled the initiation of that saying of Him who sitteth upon the throne, Behold, I make all things new. The hour hath struck, and now presently the one overcoming shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. This is for those who did set their hands to the plough, and their feet to furrow, and looked not back while yet the 6th cycle was. But as for the cowards, a halt between two opinions, and the unbelievers, in aught above earthly finite things, and the abominable, and takers of life, and passion, and lust-servers, sorcerers, idolaters, and swervers from truth, their portion is the great karma of the world, second death. While the foolish ones were gone to buy oil, the bridegroom came, and they who were prepared entered in with him to the feast, and the door was shut. When the foolish returned, the door was not opened unto them. Beloved, remember these words which were spoken by the apostles of the Christ, that they said that in the last time before the end of the age there will be mockers walking after their own impious lusts. These indeed blaspheme what things they do not understand, but that which they know naturally, as do the irrational animals, in these things they are corrupt. These are they who separate at the dividing of the way, going in the finite direction, not having the Spirit, and are placed as an example to endure the retributive justice of an age-ending fire. Many have been my references to America as being Atlantis come again. Much hath in a general way been said of the beginning, rise, growth, and destruction of that ancient prototype. A hint hath been here and there given, rather by inference than by specific statement, that while America should be peer and even more than Attal, just because she is Attal returned on a higher plane, she must endure the woes as well as retrace her precarnate glories. The penalty visited upon Poseid was the crowning sentence of that age. Century after century in the majestic march of time hath passed since the sun looked down upon a wild waste of ocean waters, where but a few days before had been the regal island continent. Another cycle hath reached its end, and its last hour hath chimed. All that which is imperfect in the now closed 6th day is come in stately, measured but inexorable way to face judgment by the standard, truth. Spot nor blemish cannot hope to stand nor continue before it. Neither can aught be amended so as now to escape its karmic penalty, for the seal of its full time is set upon it. The one acting unjustly, let him be unjust still, and the filthy one, let him be filthy still, and the righteous one, let him righteousness do still, and the holy one, let him be holy still. Lo, I come speedily, and the reward of me is with me, to give back unto each one as the work of him shall be found. The great karma unfailingly setteth each evildoer back to the point attained ere the animal forces in riot obtained control over the human. Wherefore those who in the 6th cycle lost supremacy over their lower selves won no place in the 7th. In the closing years of the spent cycle, one deserted his helpless wife. Verily, he really deserted his birthright in the new age. Another sought, being weak-willed, to drown worries in wine. He but drowned his soul's advanced merits. A wife was faithless to her wedding vows. The door of the new time is fast against her. A thief stole what? His own life's rewards. One there was who deprived another of physical life. He also erased his own name from today's roll call. One swore to keep a vow, but broke it often. In this new day, after the grave shall claim his physical being, he shall not again awaken, having lacked will to live. A man was buried with high honors, who at merciless cost to his fellow men enriched his bank account. A gravestone near as costly as pure gold rears above his mortal, aye, and under it is also the dead hopes of resurrection. She sold her body. Purchased and purchaser form an unhallowed company in yesterday's catacombs, whence they shall not emerge to see the light of today until cycles afar hence death and hell give up their inhabitants. Such is a brief glimpse into a closed record. Turn the page. Another did deeds of love. Love and doers thereof live through all the days forever. One smiled when a smile was heroic, and cheered faint souls. One visited the sick and prisoners. One clothed a naked stranger, and one gave half of her last crust, though only to a starving dog. Verily all these shall receive their reward in the day now dawning. The bad are not all bad, neither the good wholly good. She who lived a life of shame, yet ever kept hope of better things burning in her inmost heart, and longed for death to release her, since man would not. Quote, looked beyond the shadow of the late unhallowed years to the far, far distant upland, where yon glimmering light appears. Unquote. Verily, she shall be chastened and made new in the glory of today. But the chastening is a weary ordeal, and slow. As the great karma handles her, so handleth it all others, for it is Christ's mercy which healeth every soul's hurt. During many, many centuries, prophecy hath looked forward to the end of the age as a time of awful woe, and has pictured dread scenes of terminal horror. Am I come to say that all these predictions shall fail? Is the book of the Apocalypse mere allegory? Would it were! But as the Poseid age was stricken, this one must also be which has just passed. Shall America the glorious, together with the rest of the world, meet similar woe? Alas, worse, though not by water, but by fire. Shall all be wiped out of existence, leaving a planet in ruins? Unto the end of full obedience and the coming into harmony with divine law shall the lash be applied. Words may not portray the scenes. This is the message of the end of the age. The day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come nigh. Isaiah. Behold the day that burneth as an oven. Malachi. The hour hath struck. And yet in all of this there is no mystery, no supernatural penalty, no capricious infliction by an offended personal God, and nothing of man's necessity, God's opportunity. It is all of man's own doing. He hath wandered from the way, and hath for the God-nature in him, which he should have revered and nourished, substituted worship of self and of mammon, hath cast out love, and placed violence, lust, greed, and all the riotous animalism in him in command of his life. Man is his own judge and executioner. Man is the type, and the universe is the print. Nature patterns after man, not man after nature. He, a being of free will, hath brought all coming woes of judgment to be inevitable. He must endure. As he hath sown, so must he reap. O man, forgetter of love, of mercy, of right, breeder of hate, of cruelty, and of the inhumanity that hath and still doth make countless millions mourn, is it possible that thou hast been blind to the handwriting on the wall? Alas, yes, thou hast. Rampant is the spirit of selfishness, of greed, of merciless gain. Its hand guides the trains and steamers, clicks the telegraph keys, operates the telephone and cables, makes a mockery of free speech, shackles the press so that it dares to utter only that which cannot offend its master. Every human enterprise, all national policies and international committees, all things, even the churches, are willing vassals to this fiend, self. What then? Ruin is on all sides, the human race and all lower creatures its victims. Masons at work on a high wall shout as a brick falls, "Stand from under!" Aye, stand from under, a world is falling. Pile no higher the racial and individual misdeeds now biding expiation. Weary enough the awful reckoning of the great karma, without additions to its terrible length that even now stretches ahead, a seeming eternity. Frenzied millions of men and women, boys and girls, no longer free save in name, are menaced with starvation. Hungry, cold, half-clad, shelterless, only too often denied the chance to work, however willing they may be, corporation-owned machinery their competitor. Monopoly and trust-ridden, sleeping or waking. This inhuman picture is the rule, not the exception. Thou knowest this full well. I state nothing new in this regard, and the awful facts are underdrawn instead of exaggerated. All of this, although in far, far less degree, has been so at the ending of every age, was so in Poseid, and is therefore now repeated. But it can never be so again after this, for here the way divides. Poseid survived, so also shall they of the sixth age. In the full time by fire the reaper shall reap, and no place be found for physical safety by the unchanged of heart. But the time of it shall be foreshortened, else no flesh could remain alive. Stand from under. The roar of armed hosts must succeed the thunderous mutterings of the times. No more is there any chance to prevent the coming retribution, albeit it may seem unduly deferred, for the causes have had their way. Too late is it to even modify the result of the misguidance of that spirit whose hand sways the helm. A short but sharp conflict, sanguinary past belief, even now reddens on the horizon. The trained armies, millions of men active or in reserve, that are now engaged in conquest, fevered with war, will but little longer comparatively submit to having themselves and loved ones ground under the heel and strangled by the hand of that organized thing, capital, which itself merely the natural fruit of selfishness, none the less is a riotous animal principle, compelling the few to be masters of the many, denying the God-born declaration that all men are created free and equal, and warping it to seem a giant lie. Soon millions of trained soldiers will turn upon the visible representatives, the wealthy and worldly prosperous, who in reality are not more responsible than will be their assailants of that relentless force behind all human enterprise. Later they will break up into lawless bands, bent on satisfying Ishmaelitish tendencies, each self-server's hand weaponed against his fellow creatures. Then will the pent-up hate, the savagery, and selfishness begotten by ages of selfishness, ruled by unbridled animalism, break in a storm such as the world hath never yet seen, no, not during all the ages I scan, ages forgotten for untold thousands of years. That loveless conflict will initiate that which, nature completing, will leave living but one where now are many. Hard and fast after the human conflict will come pestilences, unparalleled, sweeping the wide earth over. For in that day none will pause to bury the slain until the evil is wrought, nor then, for the dead of the plagues will be as thousands for every one by violence. And all this because the love that should grace and soften men's hearts, each for all and all for each, dried up and became a mockery in the close of the ended cycle, leaving but scattered oases, few and far between. Nature follows man. Wherefore the waters of earth will dry out, rains be withheld, cyclones sweep, and an earthquake come such as was not since a man was on the earth. Aye, I am mindful of Poseid. But all of this will occur only through natural causes, and in consonance with the selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and general depravity of the type. As these blaze in the human breast, so shall the air dry and vaporless under brazen skies develop solar heats more fierce than history ever knew. A parched earth, furnace-like, piling all flesh mountains high. Pestilences stalking unchecked. O ye, blind to the handwriting on the wall which flickers still, though writ for a spent cycle. Turn now and read, while yet the last midnight stroke reverberates. The disciples asked the great master, saying, Teacher, when will these things be? And he said, When you see surrounded by encampments the Jerusalem, then you may know that has come near the desolation. For days of vengeance these are, to be fulfilled of all the judgments. Friends, know ye the meaning of the name Jerusalem? That it meaneth vision of peace? Verily, so it doth. One by one during the years all the signs of the end of the age but one were fulfilled. But these were only the beginning of sorrows. For still the spirit of liberty abode here and there in the breasts of lovers of their fellow men. That spirit wrapped itself in the glorious folds of the stars and stripes, and proclaimed the imperishable declaration of human equality, granting unto all that freedom which Americans for themselves demanded. But now the vision of peace is finally encompassed by armies, the last gap being filled with blue-coated soldiers forcing Mammon's commercial shackles upon alien peoples in tropical islands. Ah, the starry flag droops mournfully low above the freedom birthright sold for a mess of pottage. My people, oh, my people, as ye have sown, so must ye reap. The vision of spiritual peace is wholly clouded by the dust of armed camps, and no gap is left unobscured. Then shall the end come. A son hath continually called from on high, Stand from under, get into the shelter of that cross. In all the expiatory time must indeed those who thought no wrong suffer? Ah, thought no wrong. In every life, whether theists, atheists, or merely one ignorant of any doctrine of belief, there comes a time when the inward spirit beseeches the soul to go up higher. It pleads again and again, and yet again, so long as faintest hope remains. Omission, too, hath its penalty. How shall we escape if we neglect so great salvation, echoed throughout the past age? Fire burns a babe's fingers as badly as it does an adult's. There were and are those who lived and live the cross. These shall not suffer, not even though bodily death overtake them. They have no karma to expiate. What is the cross? What is Christ? I have said long ago, but I will restate it. The divine stream of life, the indefinable God, that is the long arm of the living cross. Directed, purposed human will is the short arm. This willpower is our call upon his name that is never denied. Jesus, the man of Nazareth, gave us pattern. He sacrificed self for us. He said, Follow me. Also, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. This self is the lower self, it is the animal. All animals are in man concreted. No hyena is so treacherous, no tiger so ferocious, no hog so brutish, no weasel so destructive, no animal creature of any sort is so perfect in its own peculiar nature as is the man who suffers any or all of these animal characteristics within him to run riot. And this is because his human soul is enslaved to the animal. Animal is only force undirected, whether it exist in a body or not. Directed, guided by will, it ceaseth to be animal. But in yielding to that guidance, it must give up its free lawlessness, something never pleasant and often painful. It is sacrifice always. Its symbol is the cross. He sacrificed self for us on this same cross of the causeless, divine stream, which containeth all things, and floweth no man knoweth whence nor whither. I would not minimize Calvary. It is very, very real, and the one great fact forever. Follow me. On that same cross, day by day, I, moment by moment, employing our wills as he directed, that we may grow unto his likeness, we also, following, must sacrifice self, sacrifice the animal in us. That is, in God's service, we must never cease to direct those vagrant forces which, in running riot, turn earth into a veritable hell, and supplant love with self. It is written that a little child shall lead them. Verily, the little child of the Spirit in the new time shall be ruler over the menagerie within the man, and that man shall therefore be able, even as Kwang the Chin, to rule any animal outside of himself. A vast power this. And because of it in the new time no longer shall any beast, whether in human form or in lower animal body, or merely apparent as a raging tempest or a disease, be free to do evil. When the Spirit in man cometh fully to its own, he shall rule them as with a rod of iron, this riotous throng. Rule them to their own good, cut them off suddenly, even as Kwang cut off the puma from furthering its own will. He shall destroy that theretofore unbridled animal by the cross, converting it into a servitor to the Father. All things must become new today, because conditions will soon so differ that they who would hold fast to the old will find nothing either in nature or elsewhere that will longer yield to the old powers. And now here, of all places, I would indeed not be vague in expression. The seventh cycle is that of the Spirit. Today, existence will demand a spiritual eye and ear, and that every sense be raised to the heights. The very means of dealing with nature will be no longer gross, but become as in Hesperus, manageable only by those who, using the cross in their every life act, swerve never to either side of the way, never either in least or greatest deed doing error, even that good may come, knowing it cannot bring aught but pain and penalty. No one can be lost finally of the evildoers, for God wastes nothing. He converts all things from lower into higher inexorably, surely. Some must endure the retributive justice of the great karma. Aye, the majority must experience more or less of this fire of transfiguration. The wrath of God is love's severity. Then will be those times when all things are made new. What now, think ye? Shall not America and the rest of the world be more glorious than ever thou hast dreamt? Aye, truly, she shall not indeed have the great population census-takers imagine. There shall be few where were many, tens replacing thousands. But not in numbers is there greatness or magnificence. Remember the Saldans and Rai Ernan, which was greater, he or that ill-fated host? Yet never shall a soul be lost. God hath place for everyone. It is written that after 1,000 years Satan shall be loosed for a little season. That is well, for the race possessing such amazing powers, though few, will be the people, yet will there be some who will have attained these powers through mere intellect. They will abuse their privileges, having not the Spirit, and these sinful ones will the perfect in evil assail, that karma shall overtake them. Having had much given unto them, of them shall much be demanded, wherefore their karmic atonement will be more intense than words can depict. The wrath of God is love's severity. All shall be converted from lower into higher. Quote, a glory shines across the coming years, the glory of a race grown great and free. 'Twas seen by poets, sages, saints, and seers, whose vision glimpsed the dawn that is to be. A shining shore is by the future's sea, whereon each man shall stand among his peers as equal, and to none shall bend the knee. Awake, my soul, shake off your doubts and fears. Behold the hosts of darkness fade and flee before the magic of the morning's face. And hear the sweet and wondrous melody that floats to us from far-off golden days. It is the choral song of liberty. It is the anthem of the coming race. Unquote. End of section 41. End of A Dweller on Two Planets, or The Dividing of the Way, by Fredrick Spencer Oliver.